Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you are not satisfied with a decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. I don't have any notice of anybody wanting to do public speak today, do I? I was hoping not. I don't know. I just found it on my thing too. Yeah. All right. No one has signed up for the public comment period, so we'll get on with our meeting. One? Oh, Grant Rosenblatt. Mr. Rosenblatt. And before you begin, I am going to point out that today. Yeah. All right.
I'm not good at following rules in politics.
We have a very full meeting today, lots of public hearings and several disciplinary matters, so I am going to hold people very tight to that 2-minute window of opportunity to speak. Mr. Rosenblatt, you're on.
Hello, good to talk to you all again. If you want to turn to page 3, I've given you a printed off document in regards to the rule change, section 807, another one city block, air quote, silent zone. And I'll just kind of go verbatim through.
Mr. Rosenblatt, what document are you wanting us to look at?
I'm sorry, I handed out a 4-page document to you that should have been stapled and given out before the meeting. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And we're on page 3. And I'll just kind of read it through you. But in regards to the proposed language change of section 807, one block silent zone, we just feel that this rule change is impractical and does not serve a reasonable purpose. Our reasons for is one is the TLC, will they be providing a full-time monitor on this one block stretch of roadway? If not, then how it will be reasonably enforced? Anyone cited would have a reasonable defense that they were specifically targeted by the TLC, since under my understanding it is ETVs only currently. Will all other forms of noise be prohibited on this stretch of roadway? Will the Jack Daniels bar be prevented from playing loud music across the street? Will the party bikes be prevented from playing music along the same stretch? Protests that make noise, will they be barred? Any right to play music from the road, and this is either in the concert or the Walk of Fame Park, cars, anyone with their windows down. If not, what is the ban, on this one stretch of block trying to accomplish? We feel it's arbitrary to ban one specific group that invites potentially further legal challenge on multiple constitutional grounds, including the Equal Protection Act. The specific language also says operations will be silent. Does that mean that no one can talk? Will there be no engine noise? Compliance with this language is impossible, and there will certainly be struck with a legal challenge. We feel the restriction is nonsensical when there's no restriction on any other form of noise in this area. Barring only the ETVs and not the sightseeing or any other vehicles is simply we put absurd. This is especially when in the front of the building it literally says the Country Music Hall of Fame honoring music. And we just feel the proposed modification of section 807. Sorry, that was, you don't really need 5. We did not have the agenda, so it was on the agenda. But to further put into that, also too, we understand that this was coming from maybe an NDOT visit into the Music City Hall of Fame, that where the violators were the pedal taverns or the pedal bikes and not the ETVs. So if we're making a rule for an ETV change, how is it not being applicable to the ones, or at least the entities that did potentially cause this issue? So
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt.
Yes, sir.
We'll be sure to read through the remaining parts of this letter. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Is that on? I guess so. The green light is on. That means I'm on somewhere in the interwebs. Well, thank you all for giving me a chance to speak today. Councilmember Jacob Coupin over downtown. Appreciate all your efforts on a variety of issues. Here to address a couple things. First of all, speaking in support of the noise prohibition outside the Country Hall of Fame. We implemented that for the convention center. It's worked really, really well. I do hear a lot of feedback from a number of the operators. Maybe I've missed it, but I haven't heard too much negative impact from the volume in this convention center. I appreciate and really do strive to make sure rule changes that I'm recommending or speaking in favor of are fair and balanced and equitable for everybody. And I would say that arguably, if I can hear any sort of noise inside of a building, that noise is too loud. And so arguably, even without this, all the rule that's already there, I think is not unreasonable, especially around a particular building or area that's been having some challenges. So I think that that's a beneficial change. I don't think it drastically disrupts the experience. I think it's in line with the other rules and regs that we have. So I feel like it's a benefit. And of course, continue to encourage enforcement when the noise is violated, so that the bad actors and bad situations don't negatively impact people that are following the rules and regs. And I'm also working on, and the commission's asked from a council perspective to look at some of the legislation around these vehicles. So I'm working on that as well, which hopefully will help bring some kind of clarity and consistency to these endeavors. So again, very supportive of this rule change. I think it's a positive. I think it helps everybody equitably, and appreciate your consideration of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Cooper. All right. That'll be the end of the public comment period. Has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes from the previous meeting?
Yes.
I see head shaking. I assume that's yes. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes?
I'll move to approve. I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Director Rooker, there is a number of items on this consent, called consent items. Could you address that for us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Most of these are OPVH applications of some sort. The first item is new companies that have applied with us to be new OPVH companies. Their paperwork is in order, and they've done everything that we've asked them to do, so staff would recommend approval.
Does anybody have any questions of Director Rooker? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Everyone hesitates, so this one's really long. This is my motion.
Go for it.
I'll make a motion to approve the OPVH new company applications for VIP Transportation LLC, Rose Black Car Service LLC, Sadie Limousine LLC, Royal Ride Limo Travel Services LLC, Vaquero Transportation, AA1 Transportation LLC, Varigate Equity Partners and Holding LLC, Namir, S&S Transportation Services LLC, Premier Transport Nashville, Presidential Luxury, RG Transportation LLC, Ricky Duke, is that you, Director?
That's what I would.
Bora LLC, Mimi Limo Services LLC, The Black Car Company, and Kefi Transportation LLC. I'll second.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries for approval of the OPVH new company applications. Mr. Rooker, then we have something about companies that reapplied but failed to do it in a timely manner.
Yes, Chair. These are companies that their paperwork is in order. They're in good standing. They just didn't. They missed the deadline for reapplying, and they're late filed time. They're not filed timely. All their paperwork is in order. Staff recommends approving these companies.
Anybody have any questions?
Do we have a late filing fee?
No, sir, we do not.
Can we create one?
I'll let legal answer that question.
Yeah, it would be an ordinance change, but I think we could add a late fee.
These companies, because they did not renew on time, had to go back to the beginning of the process. So whereas it could have been a simple process for them, it was not. They had to get re-fingerprinted again for their background checks, pay the new company application fee, and wait for this commission hearing to be approved or not approved. So it's punitive in nature to not reapply on time.
Yes. They cannot operate once. They have to reapply. They have to go through the whole process again.
And yet it's not punitive enough. We have them every month.
All right, is there a motion to approve, or is there a motion regarding the companies that failed to apply in a timely manner?
I'll move to approve the reapplication of those that failed to timely renew, and those companies being Abraham Limo, H&S Limo Service, AJJ Transportation LLC, Ride with Wyatt, King Transportation LLC, True Enterprises LLC doing business as True Concierge, Empire Limo Service Inc., West End Livery LLC, Lux Rides Transportation LLC. Did I get Empire Limo Service? Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, Mr. Rooker, we're now on to the OPVH request to change address.
Yes, sir. These are companies that filed on time. They're just changing the name of changing their address. As it appears on the original application, any change to that original application has to come before this board in order for you to approve the address change. Their paperwork is in order and staff recommends approval.
We're the only readers today.
Looks like it.
Move to approve the OPVH request to change address. I'm only going to read the company names for Nash Rovers LLC, Excelsior Transportation Services Inc., Exclusive Transportation and Logistics LLC, GTL Transportation LLC, Duke Limousine Company, and Branch Group LLC.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, continuing down the list here, Mr. Director Rooker, we have now something about a request to change a name.
Just once again, they're changing the face of the original application by a name change. Has to come before this commission for approval. All their paperwork is in order. Staff recommends approval.
And is the only change going to be the LLC?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Move approval. The name change from TZ Livery to TZ Livery LLC.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Then the OPVH request to modify ownership, Mr. Rooker.
Same situation, changing the face of the original application by modifying the ownership. They all filed timely, paperwork is in order, staff recommends approval.
I'll move to approve the OPVH request to modify ownership. Lux Rides Transportation LLC to add partners Michael Gomez and Jordan Sanders. West End Livery LLC to add partner Deborah Farron. AJJ Transportation LLC to add partners Wilfredo C. Arias and Lida Laura de Centeno.
I have a question on this one, Mr. Rooker. Is there anything that we have that states what happens with the previous owners? Like, is this just changing ownership, meaning changing the permit as well?
Usually, well, it does actually. Well, usually when they change something, they're just changing the original application. They're either adding somebody to it, or they're renaming their company, or they're modifying ownership. They're asking for someone else to be involved in it. We don't have a mechanism to go back and check once this is done. We don't go back and check to see unless they modify again. So if they come back in and modify again, then that's
So
how we know.
theoretically, this is an indicator of selling the company. This could be an
I wouldn't say that.
Could be an indicator of selling the company.
Could be, but I don't. Most of these probably that's not occurring here.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
But we did have that discussion a while back about someone coming in as a new owner, a joint ownership, and then the old owner drops out, and we've got a permit in a new name.
I mean, I'll let legal speak to that. Theoretically, we can't, I don't think we have the authority to tell somebody they can't partner as a company. You have to decide whether or not you want to allow that. Once it's allowed, then I guess what they do, if they ever have them to modify it again, they're going to have to come before this commission to do so.
Do they have to modify it to remove an owner?
I'm going to let legal speak to that. I would think so, yes.
Yeah, but let us look at the Muni code to see. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Could we put that on the agenda for either next month or sometime when there's not as full of an agenda as to what happens when an owner leaves the company.
Yes, sir. We'll put it on for June or July. We'll have it on one of the months.
Thank you.
Is that covered?
Does, I'll move to approve the OPVH request to modify ownership.
I think we just need
Oh,
a
we,
second.
sorry,
We just need
second.
a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, now we're moving into the disciplinary hearings. Director Rooker?
Yes, sir. Our first one is on ET Company B&T Transportation doing business as Party Bus Music City for alleged violation of Metro Code 6.77.070 and MTLC rules in Section 803 and 812. There is a timeline sheet I hope everyone has looked at prior to the meeting today that kind of gives you point to point, date to date, goes back to July of 2024, that kind of gives you a guideline of what's going on here. Basically, this company, the TLC rules, they did not notify us that they had dropped insurance. They also actually dropped their LLC, and they did not renew insurance. So they went from July of 2024 to December of 2024 with no insurance.
Were they operating during that time?
We don't know. We do not know. If they weren't operating during that time, then they've got another issue with the state law that says that they were dormant for 6 months. So either way, the issues need to come before this board. Our staff recommendation for this would be to revoke, since it's such a serious matter with the insurance elapsing. So that's what we would ask for you to do.
Director Rooker, could I have those dates again? You said July 2024 through when?
July 2024 through December of 2024. Yes, sir. And we've asked, and we've actually met with the company. We've asked them, we've written letters, we've phone calls, just asking them to insure or show us proof of insurance for that period of time, and they have not done so.
Is the summary, the historical summary that was provided to us, the B&T history document?
Yes, sir.
Is that was from your office?
Yes, sir. The summary is from our office.
Does B&T contest any of the information?
We'll have find out here in just a minute, I think.
Ms. Rooker or Director Rooker, who put together the summary?
TD put it together. Yes, sir.
Ms. Scheffler, you did? I'd ask that could be made part of the minutes for today's meeting, please.
Yes,
Will
sir.
do.
Okay. All right, if you'll introduce yourself and if you want to make an opening statement.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Alex Dickerson with Thompson Burton, here on behalf of Rowdy Bus as the now owners of B&T Transportation, against whom the violation is alleged. First of all, I want to thank the commission for giving us the extra time to investigate this. If you'll remember, we came before you all a few months ago and asked for just a little more time since Rowdy purchased B&T to try to investigate a little bit and understand what actually happened here during this time period. And we were able to be fruitful in that research, and we're here today to tell you all that we're conceding that there was an insurance gap here. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to go over the critical timelines. I know you have the sheet from Mr. Schaefer, but I'd like to give you some of the timelines from our perspective so that you can understand. We understand that insurance gaps like this are serious matters, and that the commission will want to take steps to make sure that that is remedied, and we understand that and we accept that. But I want to make sure you all understand kind of our timeline for that so you can understand what did and didn't happen here.
Can I pause you for just a second? I just want to make sure the record's clear. Mr. Dickerson, on behalf of your client, you're conceding that from July of 2024 through December of 2024, B&T Transportation was without insurance.
No, but we will be able to tell you exactly when we didn't have insurance through the course of the timeline that I'm about to present.
Okay. So to Commissioner Hayes' earlier question, you are disputing the timeline?
We're disputing the timeline in part. There's some aspects of the timeline that are accurate, but there are other aspects that we challenge.
All right. It'd be very helpful if you make sure you just clarify which parts you're challenging, which parts you're saying you concede, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, are you testifying on behalf of your client, or are you just giving an opening statement?
I'm just giving opening statement and the timeline.
Will you have any witnesses today?
We don't intend to unless the commission wants to hear from the owner. I have him right here.
Well, are you
Turner
offering
Press.
proof today? I guess it would be a better way of saying.
I
asking.
think our position is that this is argument. So we're not offering any proof.
All right. Doesn't that put you in kind of a bit of a dilemma if you're not offering any proof to rebut the allegations?
We are offering the timeline, which I'm happy to go through. If you'd like, we've done this before traditionally where we come before the commission, we offer the timeline with respect to our insurance, what actions were taking place. I'm happy to go through that with a witness if that's helpful.
Well, my concern is that we gave you time to investigate the matter.
Yes.
And if you have investigated and you're now going to state the facts of your investigation, I'll need to put you under oath.
Okay, well then in that case, can we put Mr. Kress under oath?
Okay, what's your name, please?
My name is Turner Crest. I'm the majority owner of Rowdy Bus.
And how do you spell the last name?
CRESS.
Okay. Mr. Crest, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
October 3rd, 2024, did you have automobile insurance for the vehicles that B&T owned?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and have you had automobile insurance for the vehicles that B&T owned from October 3rd, 2024 through present?
Yes, I have.
Okay. At some point in November, did you learn that B&T did not have general commercial liability insurance?
Yes, I believe that was the timeline.
Okay, and what did you do once you realized that they didn't have commercial general liability insurance?
I believe at that time, I mean, we did our best to, well, yeah, so at that time, we tried to get B&T officially under our name, or yeah, get it under our name so we could get the general liability insurance.
And did you stop operating the vehicles at that time?
We did.
Okay. And did you meet with staff in December of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the ultimate decision that you made with staff in terms of getting B&T put under Rowdy's name?
Well, they didn't agree for multiple reasons. I think one of them was due to an ordinance that explicitly states that an existing company can't purchase another company, but also due to the insurance gap, they were not happy with it.
Okay. And did Rowdy ultimately purchase B&T?
At what time?
Did it complete B&T, the purchase of B&T as a
In
company?
December?
Did it complete it at all?
Yes.
Okay. Was that in February?
In
Okay.
February, yes.
Okay. And that was February 19th of
Yes,
2025?
correct.
Okay. And did Rowdy then obtain commercial general liability insurance
Yes.
for B&T at that time?
We did.
Okay. As of February 27th, 2025?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then Rowdy Bus has since resumed operations of the B&T buses, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. If the commission has any questions of Mr. Kress this time, that's our timeline.
Are you operating right now?
Yes. Both
Were
Rowdy
you-
and B&T.
You were in operation when you had no insurance as well?
We had automobile insurance. We didn't have the general, if we're specifically just talking about B&T, with the auto insurance we did, but without the,
So just no.
no general liability
general-
insurance,
no GI,
correct?
but you had the.
Correct.
You had auto. Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, if I may ask one question, did Rowdy has had general commercial
Oh, yes.
liability insurance the entire
Yes,
time of
correct.
its duration, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. It's just that B&T, the company you purchased, did not have general commercial liability
Correct.
at that time.
I have one more question. Ronnie Stevenson, Chris Keith, and Justin Lillard currently have no ownership
Correct.
in the
Yeah,
company?
neither one of them.
All
It's
all
just
three of those
it's
people?
myself and my partner Noah, and we both have equal percentage rights of Rowdy Bus.
Thank you.
How many buses, you were already existing as Rowdy Bus, and sorry for my ignorance, but you have some permits under Rowdy Bus already,
Two,
right?
yes.
Two, okay. And then B&T Transportation has how many permits? Two. So have you been operating 4 buses?
Correct.
Okay, but B&T no longer exists and has been acquired by Rowdy Bus.
Well, no, B&T still exists.
It does,
And
okay.
we still get bookings through their platform,
Okay,
Party
Okay.
Bus Music City.
got it.
Does Rowdy now own B&T?
Yes.
And all of those permits are ET permits? None of them are sightseeing?
All 4 of them are ETV, yes.
Okay. I have a question for legal.
Yes.
With respect to the acquisition of B&T by Rowdy, and they're still operating, B&T is the holder of those permits, and it still exists, but is, I guess, a subsidiary? Is that how's it structured? The ownership of B&T?
We've purchased,
You're better at answering this one.
okay. We set this up. You purchased the shares of B&T, and now you and your partner own B&T. Is that correct?
Correct.
The shares of B&T.
Yes.
Okay. You personally do, or Rowdy does? Like, how's that structured?
My understanding was myself and my partner, but I've seen some documents that state Rowdy Bus, so I think he would be better to answer that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Dickerson, on the timeline we have here, it says on December 9th, 2024, Turner Crest completes background check to be added as a partner. And it looked like partner to B&T.
I think that's what the original plan was, to have them. Originally, they were going to simply try to purchase the permits, but they purchased the entire business. And so it obviated the need to try to add them because they now own the business entirely. So that's why they originally put on the agenda, though.
Mr. Kress, on August 20th, 2024, it looks like Mr. Schlafer replied to you that there are no restrictions prohibiting purchasing a company. However, per Metro Code, the vehicle permits are not transferable. Did you get that email?
Yes, I did.
And you went ahead with the sale, knowing that the permits were not transferable?
Well, at that time, we figured I could just be added on as a partner and just have a certain percentage of it, with Ronnie still being a member. But then after speaking with Mr. Dickerson and Mr. White, they mentioned that, Josh's name. They mentioned that there's a state, I believe a state law that preempts the local ordinance that would allow us to purchase the company as a whole. And remove Ronnie as a partner?
Looking at legal. We became aware of that argument this week, and we are looking into it, because that is a new argument being put forth, that essentially the way that TCA 7-51-1008 is articulated, that the inclusion of business preempts the transfer requirement in the Metro Code.
Except in the case of good cause for removing the permit. And not having insurance would be good cause.
Yes, I believe that you could determine that not having insurance is good cause.
Thank you.
And Chair, may I add too, this all came to our attention when the original B&T partnership with Turner Crest was filed. Remember, that was filed a long time, many months ago. That's when we found the insurance issue. So they were going to partner, and they didn't partner. We found out about the insurance, and now we're here. So he instead of partnering, I guess he went on and purchased the company.
Could I don't quite understand. Are there two separate companies operating?
Yes, right now, correct.
So two separate corporations,
Correct.
LLCs, whatever.
Yes,
Under your control.
correct.
Both companies.
Correct.
Okay. So in essence, it's one entity, but only legally it's two companies. Right?
Well, we still receive bookings from the other platform.
Right, but, okay. To the lawyers, it's two companies. To most of us, you're just one operation.
Who purchased B&T
With my limited
shares?
legal experience, I would say that's a good.
Mr. Kress or Mr. Dickerson, who actually made the purchase of B&T shares?
Noah White and Turner Crest, who are the two co-owners of B&T.
So
Or
the
two co-owners of Rowdy Bus.
So the individuals purchased the shares of B&T?
Yes.
And the permits are held by the companies and not by the individual, right? So, I mean, doesn't appear that there's any impropriety in the structure, but there does seem to be a serious problem with the lack of insurance being maintained.
So Director Rooker, the question here before us today is whether to revoke the permits held by B&T. Is that
You
right?
can, I'll let legal speak to your options. You have several
Well,
options.
I really just want to know what the question is before the commission today. first, before we get to the options?
We are asking, the staff is asking that you revoke their permit for lack of insurance.
By they, you mean B&T?
Yeah, B&T, yes, sir.
For the lack of insurance from July through
December of
December of
2020.
2024.
Yes, sir.
And if they revoke the permits for B&T, then he's down to 2 permits only with Rowdy.
With Rowdy, that is correct.
And he owns a company that he and Mr., you say Noel, what was the other gentleman's name?
Noah White?
Noel White own a company but no permits.
That would be correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I did have one other question. When did Chris Keith initially make the purchase of B&T from Ronnie Stevens?
I believe July 17th,
I think it's right.
July 18th.
July 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And when did Mr. Stevenson then take it back?
August 17th? Yeah, August 17th.
Okay.
I don't know if we're sure exactly when that fell through, but at some point it fell through.
And there were 2 buses with 18 rides during July 26th through August 17th
Correct.
with no insurance.
No insurance due to a misunderstanding between Ronnie Stevenson and Chris Keith.
Understand that. So, Mr. Dickerson, you do concede there's no insurance from July 26th through August 17th of 2024 for B&T.
That's correct.
Why are you disputing between August 17th and December of 2024? Or are you?
Well, there's 2 pieces to that, right? There's the automobile insurance, which is covered from October 3rd, 2024 forward, because at that point, those automobiles were covered under Rowdy Bus's insurance. So there was insurance from October 3rd, 2024 forward.
Automobile insurance, but not the commercial.
Correct, correct.
So from August 17th to October 3rd, we still have no insurance, right?
No automobile insurance, that's correct,
All right,
unfortunately.
so we can all agree then from July 2024 through October 3rd, 2024, there was no insurance on B&T.
We would concede that, yes.
I'm confused a little bit about that timeline because I thought that Rowdy didn't, well, it's not Rowdy, but you and your partner,
yes.
Noah White, acquired B&T in February.
Yeah, so there was originally they tried to do a purchase and sale agreement in October just to try to get the permits, but ultimately they purchased the entire business in February of 2025.
Well, how were they covered under insurance prior to that?
Prior
of
to-
Rowdy's insurance of a different company.
Were you able to obtain?
The vehicles themselves were covered under the
Okay.
Rowdy Bus LLC.
Okay, so
Why?
Well, because
So-
we didn't have ownership of B&T.
this is
But
hurting my brain.
It seems to beg the question, how do you have automobile insurance for B&T in October
Right.
that's actually the insurance to Rowdy?
The vehicles themselves, if somebody were to, if either one of those vehicles were to get in an accident and somebody got hurt or something were to happen, I mean, we're mainly concerned about the safety of the people, right? So if anybody were to get hurt on the vehicle or outside the vehicle, insurance would have covered it.
Well, do you have proof that you had?
We do have that, yes.
We're happy to pass that.
So you've got proof that you had
Yes.
four vehicles covered under insurance to
Yes.
Rowdy?
Correct.
TD, go.
And when I provided that to the TLC, they said, well, this isn't going to work because they both need a separate policy. One needs to be insured under B&T and one needs to be insured under Rowdy Bus.
Mr. Sheffley, what are you pulling up on the board for us?
No, Chair, I was just going to say, from the documentation they've submitted to us, I agree with the distinction that they're making. When we were asking for insurance, because it had become clear to us B&T had canceled their insurance policy, they submitted a policy October showing B&T's vehicles on Rowdy Bus's insurance. Now, we still had some issues with that, but nonetheless, in October, the vehicles at least were insured. But for the entirety of the time between July and December of 2024, no commercial general liability for B&T. That point remains because both are required by Metro Code and TLC rule.
Who owns the two? Does B&T still own 2 buses, or does Rowdy own
B&T, yes.
4?
B&T owns 2 and Rowdy Bus owns 2.
So at what point did Rowdy buy the 4 and had insurance under Rowdy, and then B&T took back 2 of those? When did that happen? In February? Because you said under that Rowdy had the insurance for Rowdy covered 4 buses prior to that, but then
Now they're under.
Oh, yeah, so that was when we found out that we were able to legally purchase the whole company and not just be existing partners with Ronnie Stevenson.
So they've had insurance, if I can clarify, there was a time when, in August of 2024, is when the failed sale happened between Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Keith. And the buses went back and forth between those two, that owner. When we made the first, when Rowdy did the purchase and sale agreement on October 3rd of 2024, they immediately insured those 2 buses that were B&Ts. And so when they executed a second purchase and sale agreement to purchase the company in February of 2025, the insurance, automobile insurance from October simply carried through with that, and they added commercial general liability insurance, now having owned the company.
This email, August 20th, 2024, that Mr. Schlafer sent to Mr. Kress, did you receive that email as well?
I don't know if we've received that or not.
The one that says, there are no restrictions prohibiting purchasing a company. However, per Metro Code, the vehicle permits are not transferable. Did you get that email?
I've seen that email.
Forwarded to you?
I've seen that email.
It seems to me that's the answer to this whole question, and insurance is not, the timeline, I mean, the permits are not transferable.
What I would say to that, and I think this goes back to the argument about the grandfathering statute that was enacted over last summer, right?
Except for good cause, which a lapse in insurance would be good
Certainly,
cause.
certainly, but it doesn't, but our position is this state statute preempts the ability for a local government to prohibit a transfer. The grandfathering inures to the actual business itself. And so simply purchasing that business, the grandfathering protections remain. We completely agree that for good cause, that a permit disciplinary action can be taken place. I'm simply stating that the grandfathering protections traveled with B&T to its new ownership.
Legal, can you weigh in on that?
Honestly, we're looking into this because we just received this argument this week, and it's not one that we've heard before.
Mr. Dickerson, going with the definition of good cause, tell me your perspective about the lapse of insurance being or not being good cause for revoking a permit.
I think it's absolutely good cause for disciplinary action by this board. And I think it's a great question as to how has this commission looked at insurance gaps in the past, right? Because you all have lots of licensees. This issue has come before you before. And so we submitted a public records request to ask for how discipline has been handled by the TLC for insurance gaps. Staff directed us to the minutes, and so my client has looked through the minutes, and we've identified 4 different instances in which there were insurance gaps, and this commission addressed it. In October 25th of 2011, there was a disciplinary action against Brown's Automotive, which resulted in a probation for 1 year for that particular business.
Was the business being bought or sold in that instance?
No.
Okay.
No, and none of these is that at issue, is the purchase or sale of that.
And what kind of vehicle was that? Was
It looks like it's
taxi cab?
a general wrecker service. It's a wrecker.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be helpful if you would tell us what
and
what the business was in.
Sure, and I actually have copies of the minutes, if that would be helpful for you all to look at as well. But it's a wrecker company, and they didn't have insurance for a 1 month time. It was given probation for 1 year. On June 25th, 2015, there was a taxi cab got into a vehicle accident, and during that time, the commission learned that there was uninsured. I'm not sure, I don't know how long it was uninsured. I couldn't tell from the record how long it was. And they suspended the driver for 6 months, but held the punishment in abeyance. And they placed the company on probation for a period of 3 months. In September 28th of 2017, American Melody Carriages, this is a horse-drawn carriage, and they did not obtain insurance for at least a month. It It was found that there was a violation of the insurance requirement, and they placed American Melody Carriage on probation for 90 days. And finally, on March 22nd, 2018, Music City Touring, there was, they didn't have insurance for a period of 97 days, and the commission levied a fine of $25 per day since the insurance was canceled, which must be paid within 30 days, and the company was placed on probation for 180 days. Those are the 4 that we found. There may be additional ones, but that's
What
the
was
research.
that last one? Was that last one a sightseeing ET?
I'm not sure. Just says Music City Touring.
What is it?
Low-speed vehicles, like the golf carts.
Thank you.
These were the 4 that I was able to find through the electronic records. I know there's some prior to 2000.
Do you have any
2010.
instances for ETs that you can,
My clients looked through it and they said they did not find any.
so there's no precedent for ETs that we know of?
I don't believe so.
That's correct. There has not been an ET hearing on insurance.
Thank you.
Ms. Scheffler, speak up when you're doing that, please.
Mrs. Ramsey, what's the code for the TCA provision that is at issue here with respect, that you're looking into?
It's 7-51-1008. That's right? That's off the top. Yep.
Thank you.
One question I would have is all the cases he made, how many people were being served by a wrecker and a horse-drawn carriage compared to how many trips you have? Do you have any estimate for how many people were?
That doesn't appear to have been raised during the hearing.
What's being raised now?
No, I'm sorry. What I mean is during those hearings. I
Oh,
don't think that was
during-
part of the
okay.
record, so I don't think we know.
But you understand my point. My
Certainly.
point is none of those are carrying a significant number of people
We're drinking.
and drinking. Yes, it's true.
We hope.
Director Worker? Or Ms. Scheffler, one of the two. Why is the TLC director recommending revocation of the permits for B&T?
We just view this as a very, very, very serious offense. Insurance is one of the most important things these companies can have. They, through the whole process, it's been very, very sloppy, very hard to understand, very hard for us to get a grip about, what actually has happened during all this time. And we just view that insurance is above all else, one of the most important things that we regulate.
I don't know if it matters or not, but a lot of these problems were incurred by the person that, the previous owner. We've always had insurance. We've always had everything from the get-go. When you guys required liquor liability insurance, we got it right away. Spent $50,000 per bus a year to get all of that insurance. Our margins were very slim, but we still got it. That was overturned, I think, a couple months after that, and we were locked into a 40% earned minimum. But every other insurance before these ETVs were even regulated, we had the proper insurance based on the number of people on the vehicles. I mean, we've been a pretty decent operator. We haven't been perfect. We've had a few noise complaints and whatnot, but for the most part, we've pretty much done everything you guys have asked.
And
But I do realize, I purchased this from a previous owner that, maybe didn't have the best record, and honestly, he was, in my opinion, he was a big reason as to why we, weren't able to get all this stuff squared away, a lot earlier. But I don't know if that matters or not when you guys make your decision.
Mr. Kress, I think you did hit on a point that Commissioner Rogers was making, that is that the number of people that you're transporting, it's very important to have that insurance.
And if I may speak, I think there are a number of should be mitigating factors as you all consider punishment for this. Because again, Rowdy Bus is conceding the violation. First, the insurance gap appears to be by mistake, and that doesn't excuse it. It's still a violation. It's still incredibly serious.
Well, but we don't have proof that it was by mistake. We have just secondhand hearsay information on that right now, right?
And I think the commission's entitled to hear hearsay evidence to consider that. But yes, I understand that's not the strongest.
The weight may not be very high.
Exactly.
Is Mr. Stevenson here to testify today?
I don't believe so.
What about Mr. Keith?
I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
All right, but you could have called him.
Certainly.
Well, Mr. Keith's out of town. I know that. He's in Europe right now,
understand,
so I mean.
We're also conceding
But I-
that it was, that there was a violation. So, I mean, whether or not they intentionally did it to try to subvert the rules of the commission, I don't think there's anything in the record to justify that. I think it makes sense that this would be an accident, and that's our understanding from my client's understanding. But I will say that there are other reasons to possibly mitigate punishment here. First of all, even if you don't accept that this was an accident between two different parties as they attempted to make a sale, my client has acknowledged wrongfulness of the conduct, that it was wrong to have an insurance gap, and we understand that there should be punishment for that. It's important for the commission to establish that that's an important piece of that. However, Rowdy doesn't have a pattern of misconduct. Rowdy Bus has been a good operator, and if the faults of the previous owner of this company are such that you all want to take action on that, I'd ask you to just think about the fact that I think you want to encourage good, reputable companies to operate these ETVs. And here, we have a good company that has good reputation and has purchased this company, and there's no indicia that Rowdy Bus has done anything wrong in the past to justify having these permits taken. I'd also ask that you remember that there's reasons to remove permits and to revoke permits that make sense. One of which is that if you have a bad actor, you have someone who's flouting the rules and has a pattern of misconduct. That's obviously not the case here with respect to Rowdy Bus. Also, I know that the commission and staff have looked at the issue of trying to reduce traffic and ETV traffic specifically. And again, this is not the case. This is not a reason to revoke a permit either. So we just believe that Rowdy Bus has done everything they can to make this a good situation despite the gap in insurance, and we'd ask that be considered in the punishment that TLC hands down today.
I have concerns about the fact that we have two different companies here, and B&T is the company, but you keep saying Rowdy Bus, which is conflating the two companies into one. And we have an ordinance that says that you can't transfer permits, but we're operating. I think we need to keep the B&T. This is a disciplinary proceeding for B&T part of this company, and we can acknowledge that Rowdy may, I don't know, I haven't looked to see but it seems like you all are in good standing on that side of the operator. But am I wrong, Mr. Dickerson, about that? Okay.
Not at all, Commissioner. But I think you all have to, I'm sure you all recognize that even though it's owned by B&T still, it's operated by the people who operate Rowdy Bus, who operate a good service. And so that's all the point I'm making, is that B&T is now under different ownership and a responsible ownership group.
Does Rowdy Bus have a note with B&T, or is the sale complete? Is there any seller financing that was involved?
We still owe a few payments to them, yes.
So if the license wasn't, if the license was revoked, I'm assuming that there'd be no more payments?
Correct.
Aside from not renewing or revoking the permit, what are the other options, disciplinary options available? Suspension, I imagine, or?
Yes,
Okay.
under 6.77.090, under the Metro Code, a certificate issued under the provisions of this chapter may be revoked, suspended, placed on probation, or otherwise restricted by the MTLC if the holder thereof has, 1, violated any of the provisions of this chapter or failed to comply with any rule or regulation established by the MTLC, 2, violated any provisions of this code or other ordinances of the metropolitan government or laws of the United States or the state of Tennessee, the violation of which reflects unfavorably on the fitness of the holder to operate transportation services, including but not limited to violations for excessive noise or alcohol beverage open containers. And 3, failed to pay assessments or taxes due to the metropolitan government, or 4, made a misrepresentation or false statement when obtaining or renewing a certificate or additional permits or transferring a certificate. And B, outlines that prior to any action to revoke, suspend, or place on probation or otherwise restrict a certificate, the holder shall be given notice to the address listed on their certificate of the proposed action to be taken and shall have an opportunity to be heard by the MTLC. Thank you.
My eyes aren't perfect, but is that 6777090?
Yes, TD has it up on the screen. It's just kind of small.
What is the provision that requires insurance?
677.070.
677.070.
Plus, I believe that it's in your regulations under Rule 803. So it's in 2 different places.
And there are different ways to define good standing, but since I'm the resident data nerd, there are no fewer than 10 Hub Nashville complaints for Rowdy Bus.
Is that for noise or?
For noise, yes.
How about for B&T? Right, so this is B&T, it's not Rowdy Bus.
Well, he said Rowdy Bus is in good standing, and so that's what I was looking up, was the complaints on that, but I'll look up B&T.
Right, the acquisition doesn't absolve. It doesn't absolve any fault. Just like if they had run somebody over and there'd been a claim, just because it transferred doesn't mean that it goes away, the fault.
While they're looking it up, Director Rooker, I have a question. You indicated that it's been difficult ferreting through all this. I assume that was with with Ronnie Stevenson, there was issues, he wasn't cooperative?
I wouldn't say it wasn't cooperative. It was just, we had, people partnering, coming in and out of the company, people purchasing, and then the purchase going away, and then just, we had all kinds of things with the purchase before Rowdy's company even became involved in this. So it's just been very difficult to put this together throughout the whole time this has been going on. TD has a comment.
How's it been working with Mr. Kress?
He's good. He does a good job. We get a couple of little bumps every now and then, but he does a good job. Normally we don't hear much from him. He's very cooperative with us, and Rowdy's always been a pretty good partner. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dickerson, in the alternative of revocation of the permit, what is your client suggesting would be the appropriate?
Obviously, there's several different ones that for the ones that you all did back in this commission did several years ago. Monetary fines, suspensions held in abeyance, and probation. However, we understand, given the seriousness, a suspension may make sense here for the commission also.
Do you have an amount of time you think that is fair in this instance for the serious offense of failing to have insurance?
May I speak to my client real quick?
Sure.
Chair, if I may, I would just like to, I think it was Commissioner Penley that asked the question about what are our options here, and I read you the Metro Code, but I would also remind you that under the 751-1008, there are particular reasons for revoking a permit that have to be met for good cause, and there's a definition basically of good cause.
What's that site again?
751-1008. If TD, could you pull that up on the screen, please?
I've got the definition of good cause, if you got it, TD?
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Penley, you asked the question. We would agree to a 6-month suspension of those permits if that's what the commission ordered.
Okay, thank you.
This is state.
Okay. 751. 07-51-. Okay, now it looks like it. Okay.
I don't see any issue with respect to the state statute and compliance here. I think that's, in my humble opinion, going to be a stretch if that's what they're relying on. But
Yeah.
I take it there's no dispute that the failure to maintain or have insurance is good cause under the state statute?
I mean, it's certainly a violation of your rules, so I think it would be difficult to argue that it's not good cause for punishment.
Is the short answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I've always wanted to use that.
You can tell who's an attorney on the boards.
as we kind of come to is there anything else that you all would like for us to consider before we?
We're just asking to consider the mitigating factors that we put forth. I think this is an opportunity for a fresh start for this company under new leadership that we can ensure will make sure that these issues don't happen. And we understand that a gap in insurance is serious and that the commission has to look at that.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys decide to be kind enough to suspend us, I guess my question is, if it were 6 months, would I have to continue having auto insurance on the two vehicles that are just sitting there? Because I mean, as we know, insurance is very
That's an
expensive.
insurance question.
It's audio, no, it's it'd be automobile and liability, because you have to have insurance the whole time. That's our regulation. You can't have a gap in insurance. So even if he's suspended, yes, you've got to have general liability
Yeah, I agree with
and
that.
automobile.
Director Rooker, what about the fact, though, that if they're not operating for 6 months, that is good cause for revoking a permit? I mean, assume because it's under our suspension that would not affect.
That would not affect, I don't believe. I'll let legal answer that.
I don't think that an action of the commission for a suspension could amount to good cause for revocation to be dormancy of a permit.
Mr. Kress, I have a question for you. If two of your vehicles were suspended for 6 months, what is the actual cost to you?
Oh, it'd be a boatload.
Give me some numbers. Yeah, a boatload tells
It would
me
be
nothing.
at least $50,000 a month
Per vehicle or
gross
for the two?
for two
All right, that's revenue.
revenue. Yeah,
And what's your insurance then?
the insurance is
To keep it up for 6 more months.
It's like it's at least $3,000 a month for two vehicles.
So $18,000 for the two vehicles for comprehensive insurance
Correct.
and $50,000 a month for
And
the
gross
two?
revenue,
So
probably, more than that. I mean, we'll say 60 average.
So the financial consequences are
It's huge.
$318,000.
It's huge, yes.
Or it's,
Not to mention the sales tax that could go to the government.
if the bus is paid for,
I don't know where it goes. It definitely doesn't go to the roads.
Mr. Kress, hold on one second.
if the bus is paid for, your out-of-pocket really is your 3,000 plus your cost to store the vehicle of a few hundred or 1,000 a month per vehicle, and probably plus some maintenance. So yeah, you've got an opportunity cost of lost money, but the actual check you're writing each month might be $4,000 or $5,000.
Correct.
At 3,000, right? You're not going to carry your staff most likely.
Well, yeah.
It's going to sit in a parking lot
Right, so
that
we'll
you're
say
already.
5,000 is probably a good
It's going
number.
to sit in a parking lot you're already paying for, most likely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say 5,000 is probably a good number.
So not a boatload, but a painful amount to most
Well, the
people.
opportunity cost is about.
Opportunity cost, I'll agree with you there.
Yes.
Well, the opportunity cost of losing the permits altogether is much higher.
It is, and I've come to this, and whatever decision you guys make is the decision you make, and honestly, like, I've been stressing out about this for so long, I'm kind of just at peace with it. So if you guys want to take the business away.
I mean, what I struggle with is that it's B&T, right? Like, it's not your fault that you bought a company and didn't do your diligence on, or maybe you did do the diligence on the permits. you bought a company that had a liability that had a problem, and we can't overlook that. Like, we can't say just, I mean, in my mind, I can't say just because you bought a company that was failing and you're an awesome operator, which it's, you tell us that you are, that absolves you of the problem. It feels a little bit like you're trying to work around the no transfer rule and get away from the liability that the company you bought has. And I'm not okay with that personally. I don't think that we can overlook the fact that B&T failed, and he bought B&T, he inherits the failure.
I totally agree that there's a due diligence. Like, I don't know if you had legal counsel during this time, but you should have, I guess. Maybe could have saved you a little bit of headache here, but.
I agree completely, especially for as much as we, spent purchasing the company. We definitely should have hired attorneys in the beginning.
Mr. Dickinson, are we ready to close the evidentiary hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Let's open it up for discussion.
I guess I would wonder, I mean, did they allege or did they warrant to you that they were in good standing?
Oh,
You have
yes.
recourse against
Yes.
B&T,
Correct.
I would think.
Yes, and that's,
If they warranted that they were in good standing and they weren't,
did.
then you have significant recourse against them, I would assume.
But he's
We do,
he
but
owns
it's-
B&T now.
Or the seller, that's correct, the
Right,
sellers,
the
the sellers. That's true.
Who are probably belly up. All right, we've closed the evidentiary hearing. Commissioners, it's open for discussion.
I'm in the same boat of struggling with this. I'm sympathetic to business owners and those sort of things. I also think that there could have been better due diligence here, and that the lack of insurance is a significant problem. I mean, how many people are on these buses doing different things? If something had happened, you could have been in a much bigger, well, I don't know, somebody at B&T could have been in a lot of financial.
And he did tell us they were in good standing, and he never mentioned anything about this insurance gap issue. Otherwise, I would have not gotten involved whatsoever.
Right.
Mr. Kress, I'm going to
Oh,
ask
sorry,
you.
I forgot about.
That's okay. Get one free shot there.
All right.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think at a minimum, the suspension of 6 months but I also, I mean, I can't argue with the fact that this was a problem, a bad problem, and sets a bad precedent for the future, and it is awfully close to a permit sale.
Metro Legal, as I remember the protocol here, we first have to make a decision of whether there's been a violation, and then we can debate about what sanctions to take. Is that correct?
Yes, I think you should contemplate whether there's been a violation, find that there's been a violation, lay out your reasonings, your findings that support the violation finding, and then discuss potential punishment.
So there's first a motion about whether it's a violation or not, and in the motion, make sure we clarify what the findings are for it, and then vote on that motion, on the violation,
Yes,
and then go into a debate about any sanctions.
yes, I believe that is true.
All right, then I would like to make a motion that B&T Transportation had a violation of TLC rules for not having general liability insurance from July 26th, 2024 until August 17th of 2024.
And that would also be a violation of Metro Code 677070
Yes, sir.
and Rules 803.
Yes, sir. And it would also be a violation of Metro Code.
Okay.
803
and MLTC Rule 803. Metro Code, what's the 6.777 point?
Whether we can vote or
Okay.
not. This is the one.
6.77.020.
And can you state the reasons for your motion?
For the reasons that insurance is part of the, lack of insurance is a serious violation of MTLC rules.
Does that sound like a proper motion for today?
I think that's proper. Yes.
I'll second it.
There's been a second. Do we have any further discussion before we vote on this motion?
Was there also an additional period where there was not general liability?
Yes.
So there was an additional, we had automobile.
So no GI from 7/26 to 8/17, and then what do you have for?
Sure. So the general liability insurance would stretch to December, and the vehicle insurance would be the shorter timeline.
And they're only admitting to from the July 26th to August 17th.
Believe in their testimony, they made a distinction that Rowdy Bus had taken on the vehicle insurance for B&T's buses at a date in October. But throughout the time frame between July and December, we still don't have documentation for commercial general liability on B&T as a company.
But we can all agree that B&T was not insured from July 26th to August 17th. So that's why I included those dates, because they're not contested.
All right, there's a motion. There's been a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries, and now we move on to a discussion about sanctions, which appears to be revocation, suspension, probation, or fine. Commissioner Pendley, lead off.
I feel like I've talked a lot. I'd be interested in the other commissioners' thoughts
Sure.
on this before
Yes.
we make a motion.
I'm sorry.
And, TOC Rule 812, your options are, one, if the TOC determines after a properly noticed hearing that a violation occurred, the TOC may suspend, revoke, or place on probation the certificate holder's certificate or the driver's permit as appropriate. There's no mention of a fine
Okay.
in that rule.
I mean, I believe Mr. Dickerson was reading about a fine in one of them, but that's okay. That's in the past. Statute of limitations is gone, is saving us, but, all right, so our options are suspension, revocation, or probation.
So as a previous business owner in this industry, I understand how frustrating permitting can be. I had 2 of them through Metro Parks, and in the sale of my business was also not able to sell the permits. So I very much, on a cellular level, understand the frustration you're going through. At the same time, you bought a lemon, and there was due diligence that was involved in that, and I'm sorry that he wasn't honest with you, but it's the commission's responsibility to uphold the laws that are in place, and so yeah, that's where I fall in it.
I would agree. I mean, I would support revocation. I don't think that the B&T owner should be compensated for failing to maintain insurance. And my heart goes out to you, but you bought a lemon.
Mr. Rogers, any input?
I haven't disagreed with anything yet. I probably would not vote for revocation, but up to and excluding that, I think we should take this very seriously.
I feel anything less than a revocation is rewarding someone who failed, right? And that's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Somebody
And precedent.
that somebody has an egregious offense and goes and sells the licenses.
Which, according to Metro Code, the vehicle permits are not transferable.
Which is that's all that just happened.
Right. So I don't know that we have a choice in this matter.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to revoke the permits of B&T Transportation for failure to maintain insurance, as we found.
I'll second that.
Can you please repeat the motion? I didn't hear it.
I move for a revocation of the permits or the license for B&T Transportation to conduct business in Davidson County for failure to maintain insurance, which was what we just found. So I need to better articulate that.
TD, can you pull up 751-1008? So we can track that language if you're going to revoke. Well, I think your motion needs to incorporate that there was a material violation, which constitutes good cause, and determine under what kind of material like whether it fits under 1 or 2.
It's under 1.
Yeah, so if I'll reword the motion,
Yes.
I would move that the TLC has found good cause for a revocation of the license of B&T Transportation.
The certificate, you mean?
Their certificate, yes.
Due and business permit due to a material violation.
Due to a material violation of municipal ordinance,
And-
actually it's a regulation governing the permit, which was demonstrated by B&T knowingly failing to comply with such regulation to maintain insurance.
As supported by the testimony here today.
As supported by the testimony here today. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Any further discussion before we vote? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I vote no. Getting soft in all day.
Motion carries 3-1. Metro Legal, I would ask if you could reduce these to an order.
Yes, I will draft an order summarizing the findings and action of the commission taken today, and I will produce it to you for signature to be kept in the TLC files.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Rooker, we are now on to the second disciplinary issue.
Yes, sir. TD's gonna take care of this one, as I'm gonna probably be a witness in a case in
Okay.
court next week.
Mr. Scheffler?
Yes, as I have not witnessed these violations, I'll take over here. This disciplinary hearing against Nashville Ultimate Party Bus holder of 1 ET permit, 2 seated sightseeing permits stems from 3 Metro citations written between March and April of 2025 by NDOT enforcement officers who are available today to testify. These are violations of TLC Rule 804B, which I can pull up for you here. The gist of this is operating a seated sightseeing permit as an ET.
Okay, and the applicable codes are in our agenda here, I believe.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Hi,
Hello,
who are you?
my name is Heather Cormier. I'm one of the owners of Nashville Ultimate Party Bus, and we do have insurance.
Okay, and I'll ask you to speak up, okay?
Okay,
And
sorry.
I think you were here last meeting, right?
Not last week, no.
No, last
Last month,
meeting we
yes,
had.
absolutely, at our yearly meeting.
Will you be offering testimony today?
Just myself.
Well, will you be testifying yourself?
Yes,
All right, please, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and Mr. Rooker, you said you might be a witness?
Next week in I could be a witness here, but I'll definitely be a witness next week in court.
Okay, and who are our other witnesses, Mr. Scheffler?
Our enforcement staff.
All right, would you come forward, please? Whoever's going to testify, please come forward. have a seat at the table. And introduce yourself, and then I'll swear you in, okay?
Okay, my name is Ava Prater. I'm a compliance inspector too with NDOT.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right. Mr. Rooker, would you explain, what do you mean you're going to be in court next week on this matter?
I was a witness and had a citation issued for this violation. So
Okay.
I'm basically the prosecutor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right.
I'm a little confused on that one. There's a court date next week?
Yes, there is a court date next week.
I've never.
All your cases have been continued. I will get you the information. Okay.
That makes more sense. I had no idea.
All right.
One quick thing. Does it make a difference if this gentleman here has worked for me before?
Well, that's a tough question to answer in the abstract like that. I have no idea. Why don't we explore that in just a moment, okay? How long, well, I guess we'll go ahead. How long ago did he work for you?
A little over a year.
Okay. And are you testifying today? Yes. You're testifying too? Well, then move up a little bit more and get sworn in, please. What's your name? All right. Mr. Lalonde, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give today is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right. Have a seat. All right. Can everybody scoot down a little bit? Thank you, Ms. All right. Ms. Sheffield, you want to go ahead and direct us, get us started on this one?
Yes, Chair.
Give us a little introduction.
Again, 3 Metro citations were issued for violations of a 6.77420, which gives this commission the authority to promulgate additional rules which are not found in the Metro Code. One of those rules, which you have set forth, is in Section 804B that I've put up on the board, where the vehicle consistently operates on one or more fixed routes, where all passengers are required to remain seated at all times while the vehicle is in operation, and where alcohol is never permitted or served on the vehicle may be classified as a seated sightseeing or charter tour vehicle. We have a distinction in this category between the traditional ET party buses that stand, sing, serve music, and what is seated sightseeing bus, generally on a fixed route, seated, not drinking alcohol, touring the city of Nashville. In this particular instance, 3 citations have been issued. The officers observed, and Mr. Rooker observed, a bus permitted with a seated sightseeing permit. I've got a photo, and that permit allows you to operate seated sightseeing. It would appear in those photos as if perhaps the bus was being used as an ET. And my computer's giving me a little trouble here, but I do have a photo.
Who was the photo taken by?
Director Rooker.
All right, who wants to testify first as far as from the enforcement side?
I can.
All right, do me a favor again, please introduce yourself when you begin your testimony, okay?
Okay, I'm Ava Prater, Compliance Inspector 2 with NDOT. I observed the bus on April the 4th. This was a Friday at approximately 2:28 p.m. I did submit a video to TD. I'm not sure if he can pull that up. They were on Korean Veterans Boulevard at 3rd Avenue South, and they were traveling on Korean Veterans, and there were people standing up. They weren't seated, and they were in a sightseeing vehicle. Had the permit, said SS with the permit number on it. That's not I have the video.
Ava did submit that to me. I was not able to get it to pull up on my computer. She indicated she had it on her phone available as well.
I do have it. I don't know.
You
how
don't,
want
or
me to-
do?
I do have it,
All
the
right.
video.
Show it first, please, to, all right, I guess the best thing to do is maybe we just kind of group together and watch it. a little
Yeah,
bit.
she could just flip it and we
Turn
can
it around.
watch
Can we see it from there?
Not sure if you can see it from there.
Yeah, I can see people standing up and dancing. Thanks. Makes up for my bad hearing. Oh, looks like a bachelorette dancing.
Thank you. Ms. Pryor, do you have anything more to add?
No, that's all.
All right, and gentleman beside you,
Yes.
state your name again, please, and then tell us what testimony you have relevant to the issues today, please.
My name is Romani Lawandi. I'm complaint inspector too. I have more than one. I wrote citation for them. First one was Saturday, March 1st, 2025. At 1:44 p.m., I found the ultimate bus has the permit, it's a sightseeing, but they use it as a party bus. That was in Korean Veteran and 2nd Street. And I wrote citation for them. That's one. I have another one.
Well, before you go to the next one, what were they actually doing that caused you to write the citation?
I saw the permit says sightseeing, but they use it as a party because they've been dancing, drinking, loud music too. But the music not too loud, like to write him for loud music. So I wrote citation for using sightseeing as a party pass.
Why do you say drinking?
Because I saw the cups in their hands, like a cans,
Oh, you'll get your turn.
cans and a cups too.
You dancing in cups and music?
Yes.
Okay.
What was the date?
March 1st, I think.
Saturday, March 1st, 2025. Uh, 1:44 p.m.
Chair, I've put the Metro citation that he's testifying to up on the screen.
Ms. Pryor, I must have missed it, but what was the date of your violation?
Mine was Friday, April the 4th of this year at 2:28 p.m.
And how many total complaints do we have?
One more.
And I have a video and picture for.
You have a video too, huh?
Yes.
Show it to the opposing party, and then you can show it. Is that for the March 1st incident?
Yes.
All right.
All I see is the bus.
Can hear that from here.
I can't see that. I see seated people in just the bottom of my bus.
I'm
And
gonna
here
let
it's
you respond. Let's
And
get those
here
first in
it's a
first.
sightseeing. SS.
You wanna bring it up here and show us? Do you have one of the second incident as well?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, that's this I see.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry.
Definite standing. And rump shaking. Okay, thanks.
All right, what's the date and time of the second one that you wrote?
The second one was Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 2:28 p.m. I saw them They use the same things I seen on the membrane on 6th Avenue North. I'm in 16th Avenue. 16. One minute.
You can show them.
Here, here.
So most are sitting, but it's pouring down rain, so they stood up.
You got something to show us? All right.
I didn't see that. That's amazing.
This is a very good. I was standing next to him. So I ran behind them and I saw another video.
Yeah, I mean, I see that all around all the time.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a very historical site.
Anything further? When you write these citations, do you stop the vehicle and give them a citation right there on the spot?
No, I
Okay.
give it to my boss and we mail it to him.
Okay, okay. 'Cause
Chair,
that's-
I can speak to that. How we do that is, once they video it, they have their evidence, they bring it to our enforcement staff supervisor, who brings them to me, and then the companies come into the office to pick up the citations.
Okay. 'Cause I was just curious if there was only 3 days between the first two, if there had been a, sort of like a warning across the bow on the first one. All right. Did Ultimate Party Bus come in and get all 3 at the same time, or did they get 2 at one
I
time?
think she got 2 at once and then came in and got the other one. And the court dates are on the citations, so.
Okay. All right, any further proof?
Yes, I have another one in
No.
Monday, 24 March 2025 at 2:52 p.m. That was 4th Avenue South and Korean Veteran, and I have videos too.
What was the date on that? March what?
I'm sorry.
24? Okay, thank you. All right.
I don't have a violation for that one.
That's your bus.
That is my best, but I don't have a ticket for that.
The March 24th one?
Yes, that's
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
All right, do you have a response?
You guys have seen me year after year after year. Speak up. You guys have seen me year after year after year tell you how wrongly we were done at that original meeting. You two weren't there, but you 3 were. And you know darn well that we were coerced into picking sightseeing because it was your agenda. You kept using scare tactics, like if you're not gonna, you know, you may not get this one if you don't take these now. And everything was just misrepresented in that original meeting. And I have been fighting like tooth and nail. I instruct my people to sit. There is no alcohol in there. We do serve soft drinks. So yes, you're seeing red Solo cups. We serve soft drinks, tea, water, and in the winter I do hot chocolate. But that's besides the point at this point. I have begged you guys to understand that I have one ET permit. I was a successful business with 5 buses running in 2018, 2019, 2020. When we came to this meeting, I had a successful business, and you single-handedly destroyed me by making me pick sightseeing, a business that we were never in. My buses are not equipped to be sightseeing buses. They face each other. If I pass the rhyme in, what do I ask the other group with their back to just twist their neck and look behind them? My buses are not equipped to do that. They never have been. Miss Alicon here seems to think I need to buy new vessels. Well, with what money? Because you've already cut me in half, more than half. You've already made me pay $10,000 every year. Now my fines, on top of the outrageous insurance, my lot fees, I'm still paying insurance on all 5 vehicles. Like, I am just asking what is rightfully mine. You've got a company out here, sorry, Grant, he's got 12 ET permits. 12. And I was the second in business next to him. How did I end up with 1? How? It's not fair. You got a guy that came up and he cried about his family and he's gonna have a baby or he wants to have a baby. Guys, I've got 2 kids. Do I need to tell my kids they can't go to college anymore and I need to sell their cars and we gotta move into a 1-bedroom apartment? What do I do? Because you guys are gonna take everything from me. I'm at a breaking point here. All I'm asking for was what is rightfully mine from the beginning. I never got a fair chance, ever. You guys made me choose sightseeing that day, saying, well, if you may not get entertainment, and everything was just screwed up, and you know it. You had no rhyme or reason to handing out permits. 4 to Susan at Party Barge, and then you did 3 to the guy that cried, and then you did 2, well, 1 technically, to a company that didn't even have a working website at the time, and he had to call a guy and get it up and running. Guys, I was in business for years when this all happened, with my 5 vehicles. You also have that same company that didn't have the working website, which you granted after the fact, only not a year or 2 ago, year and a half ago, you granted them an extra permit because they went through the court system and they got the judge to say that was not properly handled by the commission. I know about that. I don't know if anybody else does. But you granted an extra permit for that company. All I'm asking for, I'm not asking to put any more vehicles on your streets. I'm asking you to give me what was rightfully mine in the first place. 3 entertainment permits out of my 5. Grant got 12. I guess I have to be a guy to get an extra permit around here. I don't know. But it's frustrating. I know you're going to talk about it. You're going to go through all your little legal stuff, but I'm just asking you guys to have a heart. You're talking about a family, my 2 kids. If you take my permits, or if you just, the sightseeing just doesn't work on those buses. Like, I don't have the money to go buy new vessels. You've taken it all from me. I tell them to sit. Can I help them? Do I need an officer on there? I don't know, but guys, come on, it's standing. You're talking about standing up on a vehicle with no alcohol. You allow the vehicles with alcohol to stand? Isn't that kind of a little backwards? I'm not trying to be rude here, but he's got the monopoly. 12 of them. It's my 1.
Thank you. Do you have any other evidence or proof you want to present today?
No, I tell my staff to make sure they're seated. There's no alcohol. They know that. If they bring alcohol, They are to leave it at the point of entry. They don't bring it on the bus.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Welcome, Mr. Carr. Or Commissioner Carr.
Can you remind me of, you have one ET permit and
One.
2 sightseeing?
One little ET permit out of 5 that I asked for, and 2 sightseeing, which we never wanted in the first place, but we were coerced into taking them because that fit your agenda.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I know that we had quite a long discussion last meeting about your application for, to swap out your your permits. And you were pretty forthright last meeting that you were operating the sightseeing
I
buses.
tell them, I tell them,
as-
I tell them. My
yeah.
staff is very good. They've been with me for a while. I tell them, but I cannot physically keep people down on a bus that's not meant to sit.
I thought last meeting we had some discussion of cocktails on the boat, not cocktails, but drinks being served. I know that what we saw red Solo cups, and we
Yeah,
can't
well, I'm
obviously
not
know
gonna
what's
serve
in
to 'em
those.
Juice
Looks
glasses.
like, I got a photo here, you're welcome to come see it, but it looks like high noons on a bus that's permitted SS00.
Well, and that person would be fired.
It looks like a customer.
That's what I'm saying. Whoever allowed that would be
Do
fired.
you want to see this?
Sure. Do you want me to, do you want me to approach?
Sure. This is your SS02, and then you have high noon there. Shows up with the seltzer. The water. It's hard to say what that even is. That looks like a high noon blue on top and silver on the bottom.
It's blurry, so I don't know, but they would, if I would have caught them, they would have been fired.
I do want to caution the commissioners about introducing potential evidence and becoming witnesses.
That happened before my time, and as a previous female business owner in a male-dominated industry of boating, you can imagine I have a lot of sympathy for what you've been up against, and I know it hasn't been easy, so know that I hear what you're saying, and I can appreciate that. I also am seeing that you have a sightseeing permit, and you're operating it as an ET anyway, and because of what's transgressed on this commission previously, you're kind of knowingly operating it not how it's supposed to be operated. So that sets a bad precedent for other sightseeing operators too, who might look at Ultimate Party Bus and say, well, they've got a sightseeing bus and they're operating it as an ET, so I should be able to do that too. So do you understand how that kind of puts us in
I
a difficult
understand that
spot?
for sure, but on one of these videos, they were headed down Music Row. Do you know how many times I get calls saying, "What are you doing?" They turn me into the hub because I'm going down into a historical place in what they see as a party bus. We don't have the same rights as Old Town Trolley. We don't have the same rights as Gray Line because they're grandfathered in as sightseeing, but all anybody sees from us is party bus. So tell me if those people, even on some of these videos, they were sitting, okay? But if I go down Music Row, if I take them by the Ryman, I can't stop. We get harassed nonstop by NDOT, by just people that live down there. They turn us in all day long. Like I can't, tell me honestly, where can I stop in that vehicle that I will not be harassed? Where? I would like to know.
Why do you
Because
think
it's a
they're
sightseeing
harassing
vehicle.
you? Why do you think
I
they're
get turned in
harassing
on the
you?
hub all the time.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. They say a party bus, but it's actually my sightseeing vehicle.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm just looking at your website. I see the Ultimate Party, the Ultimate Party, the Ultimate Party, and the Ultimate Party.
And go up into the right-hand side, and you will see the tours.
I'm looking at our fleet. The American Flag Bus, the Green Machine. Are there buses that are? Where's the fleet of sightseeing buses?
The sightseeing buses?
Yeah. It says the Ultimate Party on the side of the sightseeing bus?
Yeah, I can't repaint my vehicle.
Right. Well, that's why somebody might say it's a party bus.
Okay,
If
but
it's got
that's
a big
unfair to me
sign,
because I'm not Old Town Trolley. I don't get to stop at Second and Broadway. I mean, must be nice. With the Parthenon, maybe that's the one spot I won't get harassed. How long can I keep my guest at the Parthenon, though?
Right. I would think if the bus just didn't say the Ultimate Party, people might not.
Again, 3 years ago, I was not a sightseeing company. I had a successful business with
You did.
5 party
you did,
buses.
but now you're not.
Okay.
Right? Like we've heard
Right.
it from you. Like I get it. But you've got one ET license.
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
No,
Oh, you're
you,
just
we've heard you say multiple times
Yeah,
that you only
because,
have one.
Well, I mean, if we need to take this to the courtroom, then we'll go to the courtroom. But this is ridiculous because you know it was done improperly. You know you were handed out whatever to this person, whatever that person, and I got screwed in the deal. You know it.
Anything further? All right, we're going to close it. Director Rooker or Ms. Sheffley, is there anything further evidentiary-wise?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to close the evidentiary hearing. Any discussion among the commissioner?
Again, I'll restate that Commissioner Penley and I were not here when those things happened before, but I have empathy for your situation. I know we did just revoke 2 ET permits. I would be open to hearing what the other commissioners thought about potentially giving her an ET permit if she turned in the sightseeing permit.
Both both of them, since she doesn't intend to operate the sightseeing
I
permit?
thought she had one of each.
She
What do you
has
have?
two
have
sightseeing.
two sightseeing.
Sightseeing and one ET. I'd be open to writing what sounds like a wrong, but I don't know that, I was not there, so I'd
We
love to
don't
hear.
have we don't have the permits to give. We're well over capacity right now on ETs. We can't do it.
And that's certainly.
I would say also is that it would open the door to anyone that didn't get the amount of ET permits that they want to say, why weren't we given the opportunity to get that? If there's 2 out there, why weren't we given the opportunity to make the argument as to why we couldn't have one?
And look, I've sat in this chair and argued against swaps in many previous meetings. And I'm also someone who likes to right wrongs if we are able to do that, if we agree that it was not the right decision to make. And again, I wasn't here then, so that's why I'm asking for any context from commissioners who were.
Well, I was here, been here a long time. So I was here, and the context of it was we had people give up over 50% of their, so percentage-wise, while some people had 5 and some people had 3 and they were taken down to 1, some people had 20, some people had 30, and they were taken down to 10 or 15. So percentage-wise, the cuts were across the board. We had 200% more permits out there than we should have allocated. At the time, there was not a regulation on it. It was clogging the system down there. There were vulgar things going on. There was sound noise. There was a lot of things that needed to be reeled in. And in the context of that, it cost a lot of people who were operating monies that they did not want to spend. People lost income. People had to make choices in how to operate. And unfortunately, it was just the balance of doing business.
So there was, while Grant may have had 30 and he was cut down to 12. I don't know how many he had, but so it wasn't
Yeah,
just.
he applied for 30. If
He'd
I'd have
love to
known that, I
have
would have applied
50.
for 32. You know, then maybe I would have got my measly little
Yeah, I mean,
5.
Sorry.
If I would have known what Microsoft stock would have went to, I'd have bought more. But it was a Wild West that we had to put a sheriff in, and it came with rules, and
So in the devil's advocate, in the sheriffing, do you think there was possibly, like, is there any right sizing to be done in this situation?
as bad as it was, I think we right-sided the boat as best we could at that time, and I think we're still bailing water at this point. And I don't see a reverse as far as it being fair across the board. If we picked one person and said you were mistreated, everybody could go back to that point and say, well, I was mistreated.
As they should, though.
Well,
But we got to control the safety.
We've closed the evidentiary hearing, so if you can hold
Okay.
your comments, please. I want to make, is this the meeting that went till all hours of the night? Okay,
Yes.
I was not there.
Yes.
Making that clear first of
No
all.
food meeting.
But number two is I would think we're setting very dangerous precedents of trying to go back to a meeting where many of the commissioners weren't even present to try to, and Mr. Commissioner Hayes says he wasn't there either, so.
No, who was that? Were you the only?
I
We're the only two survivors?
That was like an 8 o'clock at night meeting.
I was on the commission and I was watching it live stream.
Oh, well,
vacation.
I can assure you, it wasn't the same as being there.
Rub it in.
I
Rub it in from
if
vacation.
If it's the right, it could have been a different meeting.
But back to the
No,
seriousness of this,
hold on
guys.
1 second. I just want to say, I don't think we ought to be going back to reflect and making decisions now with kind of really anecdotal evidence of what was fair or not fair, or whether it was a fair proceeding or not. It was done, it was heard in front of the commission, and they had an opportunity to appeal if they were not happy, and they didn't. So.
Okay,
I
well,
think
that's good
It's
to
a
know.
dangerous precedence to set here.
That's good to know that
I
that was
think
not a
TD
big
may
deal.
have some
Yeah.
perspective also.
Yeah, and I would just say, insofar as we're gathered today, I think the same options apply to this disciplinary hearing. I think you have suspension, revocation, or probation. I think the ultimate, the time to consider swaps or any permit shifting would have been the last meeting, the annual hearing in April. And I don't think we're noticed properly to be doing that here today.
That is correct.
And I think
Did we
what
not-
we were doing was just debating the consideration of if the possibility was there.
And did we not let someone hand in a permit, like a sightseeing permit? I seem to recall that from a couple months ago
They handed in a ETV permit for a pedal carriage.
for a pedal carriage.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what it was. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't still in the
Not in
same
the same
bucket.
family,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
And there's no limit on the amount of pedal, there's no state limit on the amount of pedal taverns, right? It's
No,
just the-
no state
just
law
the-
that
right.
limits the number of them, no ma'am.
So they're regulated differently at the state level as well.
Different footprint as well.
Right, exactly, different vehicles.
I appreciate knowing that the decision wasn't appealed. That is helpful. Thank you.
And candidly, I'm a little offended by accusations that somebody was mistreated when we're talking about coming back here years later, pointing the finger at folks saying that I was mistreated. I wasn't there. I'm not sure exactly what were the equitable reasons for giving one company 12 and one company 1 and one company 2 or 3 or 4. But those decisions were made at that time with hearings, a public hearing, with people present and giving their passionate pleas for what they were asking for. And they're behind us now.
And last meeting, we went through that same, when you were asking to do the swaps, we considered the option of doing that, and the commission did not, there was not an appetite. I was on the verge of making that motion, and there wasn't an appetite then, so today's not the day to revisit that issue. Sorry, probably.
May I show you something?
We're done with
We're done with
evidentiary,
the
right? And
evidence.
he's gotta go soon, so we
Yeah.
can make a 5 minutes.
Well, we've got them. Commissioner Parr's here now, so
Oh, yeah,
we
that's
are
right.
gonna have a quorum still.
So is the recommendation to suspend the sightseeing permit? I mean, not suspend, I'm sorry, to revoke the.
We first
there
have
one?
to make a finding
Oh.
of whether there's been a violation or not, and then we go into what sanctions to take.
Okay.
Is that correct? Same as before.
Yes, same as before. Make a
It's pretty much
finding.
the way we have to deal with
Okay.
all disciplinary matters.
So I'll make a motion that based on the NDOT enforcement complaints put forward that ET Company Nashville Ultimate Party Bus violated Metro Code 6.77.420C and MLTC Rules and Procedures Sections 804B and 812.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion sound good to you? The way it's framed?
Yes, it might be nice if you add in and based on testimony and evidence presented today.
And based on evidence and testimony presented today.
So renewed second?
Renewed second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Abstain? I didn't hear enough of the whole.
Okay. We got one abstaining and the remaining, otherwise it's a unanimous. Okay. All right, now we move into the sanctions. Are there discussions about that?
What was the recommendation from staff?
Ricky, am I correct? We're recommending to revoke?
Both of the sightseeing.
One or both of the sightseeing?
One.
I think just the one that continues to operate.
Recommendation is to revoke one seated sightseeing permit.
So that'd leave one seated seated, I can't say it.
But did
Pickle
she say
pecker.
that she's got 5 buses and 3 of them are operating as ETs?
I believe her testimony was that at one time she had 5 buses that she could operate without a regulatory system in place, that she was then granted 1 ET permit and 2 seated sightseeing permits.
So that would give her 1 and 1.
I think so.
Is there any?
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'm not gonna make the motion they want. If you wanna consider revocation.
Make a motion.
Okay, I will make a motion that we suspend the license for that one bus for 30 days.
Is there a second?
Can I ask a question? Or we pass question?
I guess I'll second to enable discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we got discussion.
How many violations? I'm coming in on the tail end, so I just don't want to keep abstaining, but if it'll make it go faster, I will. But how many violations are we talking about? How many times?
4, right there.
These are the 4 that were, where there was testimony given today
Since the beginning of March.
since the beginning of March.
Okay,
By staff.
But none prior to that time, or just did not see it prior to then?
We just have what we have here today.
Right, just like a 22-day period that bus was,
23,
and were
Actually,
they
from-
cited each time?
from March 1st to.
Oh, they were cited
April
each time?
4th, and they were cited each time.
She alleges that she's received 3 but not 4 citations. Is that-
Oh, well, but more than one.
Yes.
Okay.
And I guess there's is it environmental court or traffic court hearing next week?
Environmental court.
Environmental court
Yes,
hearing on this next week as well.
Okay.
Do we have the cart before the horse here, if that proceeding's next week? No?
Let me look in the rules, but I think that there's a rule that when someone's been cited, you have to bring them before the commission within 30 days. Is that correct, TD?
I'm not familiar with that. I think there's 2 disciplinary pathways. There's the environmental
Okay.
court, the traffic violation bureau, which could be for a parking ticket, and I think this is your 3rd option for violation of your rules.
I'd support the 30 days.
If I may, Mr. Chair, If you remember when we actually, after the state had passed, we had come to you and said we would do the three-strike rule.
Right.
And that is the first one, we would give them a notice or call them and let them know that they have, this violation has been turned in, whether it's seen or by one of our folks or also if it's on the hub. So that happens, and then after that, we'll give them citations. By the time, we'll give them citations or report and continue to let them know, but we'll also give them notice. And then after the third time, we bring them before you. So they run both paths parallel.
All right, so there's been a motion, there's been a second, discussion.
Look how many there are in Hub.
Well, while she's looking for that, 30 days seems short for a suspension. I'm not opposed to a suspension, but 30 days seems like a slap on the wrist.
Well, if
can
it was
tell you-
30 days, oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
If it was 30 days for a company with a lot more vehicles, I would probably agree, but it's a small business, right? I've heard talk about small businesses from that end of the table, so I'm taking that into consideration, quite frankly. And that's 30 days with zero income.
Well, she'll still have the operation of the two, right? Would just be suspension of the one for 30 days, or are you making a motion? Okay, for the one.
According to Hub Nashville, there are 11 complaints for Ultimate Party Bus.
For noise or?
Various reasons, mostly noise, some for alcohol.
I can tell you, if I go along with this and then you're back here in 2 months or we see more violations, it will be
That's what I was
zero
gonna show you.
tolerance
I
from
have-
my vote. I can tell
I
you that.
understand that, and I'll take the 30 days, and I already have a plan to keep these people in their seats. That's what I was gonna talk about earlier.
I'll tell you what,
I had questions
I'll
for you.
reopen it for you to talk about the sanctions to be imposed. If you have a plan for how you're going to keep people in their seats and how we're not going to see you again, please share it.
Okay, am I allowed to talk now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just revamping the entire website. They have choices when they book what they want to do. That was the old way. I want them to know that everything is seated. I will personally be there every single weekend to make sure that the rules are gone over. I've got new little, you can't see them, but mural tour. These are with my 2 sightseeing buses, Nashville City Tour, Brews and Buds Tour, Pub Crawl. These are all things that I can take them and do. They're not wanting to see the city. They don't. So if I can take them to each stop, I will make sure they're seated. Of course, no alcohol, like normal. And I can get them to and from, and it's more enticing to them to book for me. This is my last, I've tried over the last couple of years. And no, I did not appeal the first time because I thought we could make it work. We were brand new going into sightseeing. I had no idea what we were doing, so I missed the 60-day deadline.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
You know, what
I
we
did
need is some
appeal- I did appeal
assurances you're
from
going
them.
to keep people seated and the noise down.
I will personally make sure.
And yeah, whether there was alcohol or not, just make sure there's no alcohol being served.
Correct.
I would tend to agree with Commissioner Penley that because I'm new here and I haven't had, had to make a decision, I would be in favor of a suspension, but same thing, if you're back here, then there's not much more I can do for you after that.
Yep, understood.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes has to leave, and he's been very patient. I'm going to ask for a call to vote on this. All in favor say, the motion is to suspend one of the sightseeing vehicles for 30 days. There's been a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a 5-minute break while we reorganize our seats. Thank you for staying. I'm going to run the restroom. record on TV and everything else. Mr. Dickerson, I understand you have a particular matter you'd like to plead before the commission?
Yes, I apologize for not raising this before at the first hearing, but I did want to ask the question, since these permits have been revoked, the effective date of that revocation, because obviously there are people coming to Nashville even this weekend who are expecting to show up to and have bookings. So I wanted to know from the commission's perspective when the effective date of that would be, whether it's immediate or some
How
other-
far out are you booked?
July 26th, I think, is our last booking at this point.
July, the end of July.
Thank you very much.
No, I didn't say that. I'm repeating what you said.
Really good try, though. That was a really good try. What do we do now? Discussion?
Well, we can have discussion or a motion. Is there any interest in consideration of B&T's pleading to hold in abeyance or revocation until their bookings are completed? You can hear it. You can go.
What are we, mid-May? So that would be
We're right at midnight.
2.5, 10 more weeks?
Yep.
I'd say we let them have it, too.
Chair,
Yep.
I could put in the order that it's effective on whichever date you decide.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like we can set it for a proactive date, so, there is business considerations here, and also the people who are visiting Nashville, and one of our considerations is the public convenience and necessity.
If they've already booked.
And they're already, well, but I'm also thinking about the people who, and do I understand correctly that Rowdy can't take over the other bookings because they're booked already? Mr. Kress, your head's going up and down. Is that a yes or no?
That is a yes.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we let B&T operate through the end of July. Is that a proper motion?
Would it be that the,
The
that
Permits.
revocation doesn't take effect.
The revocation is effective July 31st, 2025.
Think that's sufficient?
Yes.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you
July
so much.
31st, 2024, 25. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right. Director Rooker, we're on to taxi cab driver Bicormana Wansfori for alleged violations of Metro Code 672-190.
Yes, sir. This is actually a request from American Music City Cab Company. Apparently, this driver came and paid all of his permit fees, did everything with our office correctly, and then never would go back to the company and doesn't have proper insurance and hasn't had a meter installed. They've called him continuously. He has failed to go take care of that business. I've actually talked to him, and the cab driver, and he's told me that he just can't afford the insurance. So American Music City has asked us to pull the permit, and that's why it's on here today. I think they're here to testify also. American Music City's here.
Was the permit given specifically for him to drive for American Music City?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how do you pronounce his last name, Director Rooker?
Chair, yes. As good as mine.
Wansford? All right. Is he here?
I believe he was here, yes.
Mr. Wansford?
No, he is not here.
No, I never seen him.
All
Okay.
right. Who's here from Music City, American Music City?
Yes, sir.
Come up to the table. If he's not here, can we move quickly with this?
Sir?
All right. Just introduce yourself. Oh, well, hold on. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Introduce yourself and kind of very succinctly tell us why you're asking for Mr. Onsford's permit to be revoked.
My name is Hassan. I'm I'm owner of Music City in Checker Cap.
Yep.
So before we do hire anybody, we ask him for MVR and give them application to get through with TLC first, to get background check, fingerprint, and hospitality class. And then when they done with that, we give them affiliation for them, which is I signed it to be a cab driver with Music City and Jacket Cab. As soon as they get through with that, they have to bring in their vehicles. We have to do the inspection before they do paint it. And he bought the car, the payment from somewhere, from Toyota dealer or somewhere. So he never paid for his payment as well. And he painted the car, put the decal on, and we do the, after painting decals, again, we look at it and make sure everything's right, proper. And then we give them, hand it to them equipment, because the company owned the equipment, the meter, top light, radio, and all that. So we have a certified person, it's Mike. He, when they installed the equipment, and they got forum, Mike, which is the certified meter, he have to sign it and send them to the certified mechanic, like a Firestone or places. They have to inspect the cars and to sign it and then bring it to us. We got a decal from TLC. We do inspect the car and put the sticker in the back of tailgate window. And he never came back. And all of a sudden I look at it, I got some emails from airport. Actually, I got a phone call from airport. One of your drivers not legal, he's working on the ride share on the Uber side with the residential tag, not the commercial tag, with no insurance. So we did try to contact him. He never responds until he got suspended the license permit, then he responds. So he have to come in front of commissioner, which is those kind of people is not following our requirement, our policy. We don't need him in cab business, be honest.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he didn't put the meter in and he didn't get insurance?
We did put the meter on.
You did?
We got no chance to inspection the car before we put him on the road.
Okay.
Thanks.
Did you see Mr. Owns fur here?
No.
You haven't seen him
No.
today at all?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I've been here almost 11:45, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hassan.
So, so he still has your equipment in his car? You haven't retrieved your meter from him?
I took the meter. We don't give them the meter. We got the meter, but the rest of the equipment is on the car, and also the car, the people own the vehicle, they took a car from him because he never paid the payment.
Okay.
So the car is not with him anymore, actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Chair, just for the record, I did temporarily suspend his permit upon hearing this news. So he got a letter from me. He actually called and was trying to explain to me what all was going on. And I told him, said, until the cab company calls me back and tells me you're in good standing with them, we'll go forward with this proceeding.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion to revoke the permit due to non-compliance.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? Or any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to revoke.
Wait, I think legal might have something.
Wait, can we just put on the record that he didn't appear?
Yes, I'll make a finding that Mr. Owns, well, one more time, Mr. Owns for. All right, there's been no response to my request for Mr. Bikormana Owns for. And the motion now to revoke Mr. Onsfor's permit has carried. Okay. All right, we're now down to ETs. Director Rooker?
Yes, sir. I believe the first one is no longer, I'm not sure how we do it, but this is B&T Transportation doing business as Party Bus Music City to add partner Turner Crest. So I'm going to lean toward legal to ask them how we should proceed with this.
Well,
this
Mr.
part of the
Dickerson and
agenda.
Mr. Kress left too.
Yeah, exactly. So he owns it. So how can he partner with something that you own? I don't know how to proceed with this.
I actually just texted Mr. Dickerson to ask if he was going to be here for this, and I haven't received a response. So maybe the appropriate thing to do is to defer for a month to see if they even want to withdraw this.
Why don't we defer to,
Or leaving, or what you said?
Another option could be that you could just move it down on the agenda, take up other business, and see if he texts back by the end of the meeting.
Yeah, we'll see if they respond before the end of the meeting, otherwise we'll deal with it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then we're going to, public hearing regarding proposed amendment to MTLC Rules and Procedures 807A.
Yes, sir. This is a request from Country Music Hall of Fame to create a quiet zone around their educational part of their museum. TD and I did go down to the area, and they do have the Taylor Swift Educational Center there. They also have a pretty nice large auditorium where they do book readings and things of that nature. When we were there that day, there were the children all over the place in the up in the educational center, and they do have classrooms, and they do have educational things in that building. So the request was to put this on the agenda before the commission. Staff would recommend approval of this. I think Councilman Coopin also said that earlier in the day, and we'll hear from the party at this point.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time on the proposed amendment to the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission Rules and Procedures 807A. Come on up. Anyone who's interested in being heard during the public hearing, come on forward. Mr. Rosenblatt, I believe you spoke earlier already about this, didn't you? Nah, I don't know. We'll see. Careful. Yeah. Yeah, I know. All right, if you'll introduce yourself and then tell us who you are, a little bit about who you are, and then what you want to share today.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'm Kyle Young. I'm the CEO of the Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum. And I'm here to ask the commission for some grace and for some help. We've got a significant ongoing issue with loud music being played on pedal taverns and other entertainment vehicles that pass by our building. It's not just loud outside the building, it's loud and coming into our museum. Last year, from April through October, we measured the interior noise levels coming from outside. The monitoring shows that these vehicles' sound levels far exceed Metro's limits. In a few minutes, Nina Berghard, Executive Vice President of the Museum, will share the detailed audio data that we have collected. I'll note that the sounds from those entertainment vehicles reach all interior spaces of the museum. Those sounds are penetrating up to 4 times farther inside our building than Metro regulations allow. Music from these vehicles can be heard in the upper floor exhibit gallery spaces about 200 feet from the middle of Demonbreun, in the Ford Theater, in the Taylor Swift Education Center, and in our education classrooms. The sound is even loud enough to be heard in the Calm Room in the Taylor Swift Education Center. The Calm Room is designed as a safe space for visitors with sensitivities of light and noise. As I'm sure you understand, having disruptive, amplified music within that space is not what the Calm Room is designed for, nor what our visitors would expect. We're asking the Commission to approve a request that entertainment transportation vehicles be required to turn off their amplified music on the roadways that run alongside the Hall of Fame. Those are Rep. John Lewis Way South, Demonbreun, and 4th Avenue South. Museum visitors have complained to us about the noise in our museum galleries, and so have participants in our education workshops. That's troubling, because visitor experience is everything to us. We want people to learn about the history of the music, hear the music in the interviews we've selected for them, and feel they've learned and experienced something special, without the distraction of random music interfering with that experience. 2 last things. 1, education is fundamental to what we do. We were granted 501c3 status in 1964 as an educational institution. We conduct museum educational programs that engage almost 120,000 students each year, and more than 1.4 million visitors annually come to see our exhibits and our programs. Education lies at the heart of this institution. Number two, we're an accredited museum. That means we've been judged by our peer museums to operate according to the highest standards. Of the 33,000 museums in the U.S., only about 1,000 are accredited by the American Alliance of Museums, and we're one of those. This year, we're undergoing a 10-year reaccreditation review. This includes rigorous inspections of our operations, facilities, collection, policies, and so forth. It's important that we present ourselves and our guest experience as world-class again. So we moved from Music Row to downtown 24 years ago, and we feel we couldn't be in a better place. We're right in the heart of downtown, within a popular entertainment district. Our visitors love it. We love it. But we need your help protecting our museum experience. And that means eliminating the amplified music on the streets around our building, because it's become overwhelming for us and our guests. On behalf of our board of directors, our operations team, and our patrons, thank you for giving us this opportunity to make this request. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Nina Burkhardt, who led the audio measuring initiative and who will provide you with key information.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for allowing us time to meet with you today. Kyle's given a great summary of who we are and why this issue is important to us. And I know time is limited, so I'm going to jump straight to the sound measurement process and the results. We did pass out a packet ahead of time of the meeting, so you should have the packet. It's got the executive summary. It has a chart in there where we logged our measurements that we took during this period. Basically, based on the experience of the noise permeating into our museum from entertainment vehicles, we wanted to understand the frequency and also the severity of the noise. So that is why we implemented a sound measurement program. So from April 5th to October 18th of 2024, under the guidance of WIS, Janney, Elster Associates, we set up audio equipment in various locations throughout our museum to record the decibel levels from amplified music sources outside of our building. We chose measurement locations within our building that naturally would be quiet on the inside and where the volume would be normally low inside. The museum's director of facilities was responsible for monitoring results of each of these 13 sound meters used during the process. We also took screenshots from our security cameras on a sampling of our measurements so that we could confirm that the noise was being emitted from passing entertainment vehicles. We found that to be consistently the case, that ETVs are the source of noise exceedance inside our building. So we coordinated the monitoring review with our engineering consultant that I mentioned earlier. His comments about this process are also included in your packet. He states that our equipment and measurement methods were technically correct, and he agrees that sound levels exceeding 85 decibels measured within the building were generated by external amplification. So as I said, we tallied the number of instances of sound exceeding 85 decibels by location each day during the measurement period. We used 85 decibels based on the general provisions of the Metro Code of Ordinances, which references 85 decibels as the maximum sound limitation in our area. I do want to note that there are additional provisions that also state amplified sound should not be plainly audible at 50 feet without even referencing the decibels. These ordinances also don't take into account that the sound was actually coming into our building and through the walls and through our glass before we even measured and took those measurements. So I wanted to hit just some highlights on the chart, which you can once again follow along in your book if you would like. And there's also a graphic of our building that shows the sampling of our measurement locations. So if you look at the very first page, the first illustration of our building, it shows Demunbrian Street, so the street in front of our museum. And our BMI hall, which is used for group educational activities, our boardroom, and our staff office spaces, all are on the 4th floor, all are 195 feet from the street, and had measurements exceeding 85 decibels during our measurement period, a total of 95 times. If you then include the Ford Theater, where we host a significant portion of our educational activities with school groups and others, as well as our Hall of Fame Rotunda, which houses the Hall of Fame plaques, and it is a quiet place for reflection for our guests. The total occurrences over 85 decibels on the interior of our museum, just on Demonbreun, exceed 135. And if you look at the drawing, you can see where we had the measurement points. The round, the circular structure that you see, that is our Ford Theater, where we have different school groups come in different presentations, and then above that is the rotunda that I referenced, where we have our plaques. If you look at the second illustration in your packet, this is Rep. John Lewis Way, and you can see we included our grand foyer, where we host group educational activities, and then also our outdoor Carlton Terrace, which is actually on our rooftop. And those two locations combined had over 180 measurements over 85 decibels. And then the last street that we looked at the 3 streets around our building, is 4th Avenue South. And so you can see that in your packet as well in the illustration. They were placed in, the final sound meters were placed in conference rooms and staff locations on the 4th Avenue side of the building, where total measurements over 85 decibels were over 400 instances. And this does include a staff terrace, which is used for meetings and lunches. 4th Avenue is often used as a loading and unloading zone for entertainment vehicles when the music volume is cranked up to attract the next round of possible passengers. This occurs directly outside of the glass walls of our Taylor Swift Education Center and the comm room that Kyle referred to earlier, as these spaces are located on the 3rd floor and face 4th Avenue. So in the picture that you have in here, the illustration on 4th Avenue, you can see the 2 points where we had meters, and you can see that glass area. That is where Taylor Swift Education Center is, right on that wall, and then that includes the comm room, and then below that is gallery space. So in total, we captured over 1,000 instances of sound measurements in excess of 85 decibels, and the majority of those instances were emitted from a source more than 50 feet from the museum. As Kyle mentioned, we are an accredited museum, which means the care of our museum, our guests, and our educational mission is top priority. When we have our reaccreditation visit in July, we'd like the reviewers to not be distracted and to not be concerned by the outside music blasting into our museum and into our educational spaces. We ask respectfully that you vote to approve the proposed amendment to protect the integrity of the museum's mission. I appreciate your consideration of this request.
Do any of the commissioners have questions?
Oh, you know I
Commissioner
do.
Carr? Go for it.
So, 2 questions. So, when this building was built, what type of glass was used for the exterior? I know it's, it's more pleasing for it to have a lot of glass visually. Is this double pane? Is it argon filled? Is there anything that would dampen sound in the design of the exterior of the building?
Do you know the answers to that? So this is, well, I'll let Ed introduce himself. I brought our Director of Facilities, so he will have more of the engineer mindset.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Schulte, Senior Director, Operations Facilities for the Country Music Hall of Fame. To answer your question, it's double pane glass, as most of the glass downtown Nashville. Bridgestone building across from us is the same. So it is not any different from anybody else's that's setting up. No single pane, it's all double pane.
Okay. I'm just curious. In your report, I know you're reporting how many times that you record the sound, and you're attributing it to the ETVs that are passing. Is there any photographic evidence or any proximity evidence to say, hey, here's a picture of the decibel meter, and there is the ETV?
Yes, sir. We have date stamped and time stamped security camera footage, because we did want to make sure that's what we were capturing. So what we did is we ran the sound measurements for this period of time, and then we would pick examples, went to security, had them actually pull up that time, that date, and then took a picture of, or captured the security camera picture of the vehicle going by.
And you're weighing that against when there's not any vehicles there and normal traffic, this is the sound decibel?
Correct.
Showing the difference between the
We
two?
were picking the spikes over 85 to hits to see that, yes, it was during the times that the EVTs were going by.
Okay.
And honestly, you can also hear it when you're standing there, when they go by.
Oh, I'm sure, I'm just.
When you're inside.
It's just when it's presented as evidence, I just
Yes.
want to make sure that there is a correlation between what you're presenting and what you're asking us to do because
Absolutely.
of why you're presenting it. I hear them as well, but this is proof. That, I mean, it just needs to coincide with what you're saying.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've taken a few videos too, but.
I have a question about the, flipping in through here, it looks like the proposed change is just to the ETV operations, but pedal taverns obviously are in the mix as well. Are the instances of where the decibels were exceeded, are those specifically to ETVs, or did they include pedal taverns also, or pedal carriages, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Not pedal carriage,
Pedal carriages.
Pedal carriages, okay, sorry.
And I will say that it had both. So we have pictures of pedal carriages and we also have pictures of EVTs at these times. So both.
Okay.
I just understood this hearing was specifically about this one regulation for today.
Right, and it is, yes, that's right.
I can address,
Yes.
Commissioner Penley. This rule, which we call the silent zone rule, is specific to ETV, though if we were to want to move forward with a rule for pedal carriages, we would be in a separate section of the TLC rules. We would notice it in the same way and have the same type of hearing.
And you will see that soon.
Okay, that's what I'd like to see.
Yes.
If we were to do this, I would like to see it apply to both.
It's just a different rule and it's a different section, so you probably see that in June.
Okay.
Has there ever been past discussion of adding museums to the first sentence in section 807 that would cover Country Music Hall of Fame, the Frist, and other types of museums?
It's a good question. It's it's never been brought up, but it's certainly something we can entertain.
Legal?
You could discuss and amend the rule however you want. If you wanted to include museums in that first sentence, that would be something you could do today.
Got a lot
Although
of
that
museums
broadens the area,
curious.
the silent zone, it broadens it.
I mean, because that would be all of downtown, Johnny Cash.
Yeah, that's true.
If you put, I think you would probably need to specify, because almost every 40 yards downtown has some type of music hall that is dedicated to someone that has the word museum in it as well.
Yeah.
Though I would think this would stand out. And just as a point of view, as a comment from me, you guys were there first.
Also, they presented a lot of data and evidence to support the request, which other museums have not asked for or, yes.
Yeah, this is amazing support for the request.
Has any, where are the current quiet zones?
The language you see in black here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm how about, like, is that within the downtown core?
Yes, they're in front, they are
I know
at
Hume Fogg
Hume
has
Fogg
it.
and underneath the convention center at this point.
At this point, those two places.
That is correct.
Okay.
Because that kind of amplifies anything.
And just for my clarity here, there's already a noise level that all these operators are not supposed to exceed. And the instances in the data that you have given us are instances above that, or just?
The instances are above the 85 decibels.
Is 85 what the
Metro code?
The Metro code is?
Sound,
Okay,
Metro code
got it.
sound provision.
Yeah.
I have lived this myself in my business operations, working downtown, so I'm not adding that to the testimony, but I totally understand.
Yes. And once again, this is a lot of these areas are inside our building, so it's after it's come through the walls.
Where you can hear every word of every song, and got it.
And
Yep.
as a dyed-in-the-wool Swiftie, I find this to be unacceptable.
I have a question. This, at least on the sheet I'm looking at where it says total instances of greater than 85 decimal, it says the dates are April 5th, 2024 through October 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Well, why is it coming to us now, kind of late?
Oh, well, gathering information, and the reason we chose that time period last year was that's, it's the busiest time of the year downtown Nashville. It gets quieter in the winter months, and it's something we've just been talking about. What's the best strategy to even come forward? Where do we even go? How can we get help to even know the plan to come forward? It wasn't like, here's a phone call, who do we call? It seemed like it was more something we needed to gather our evidence and then put together a presentation to come forward.
And we felt we collected enough, over a certain time period.
Yeah. We
But certainly the most opportune time for finding incidences of annoying noise, but I'm just curious why, what is this now, almost 7 months later, you're coming to us with it? I'm just curious why wait so long? It looked like this was, that you were planning this back by, certainly by April of last year, and we're now a year later. I'm just curious, what was the delay in bringing your request to us for a quiet zone?
Really just internal conversations on the best path forward. We gathered the information, through the busiest time, then it gets a little bit quieter, and it's like, what should we do with this information? How do we proceed? And now here we are also March and April, and it's starting the season over as well, so top of mind. But I think it was just internal conversation on the best path forward of how to bring this forward and how to make a change.
Did the reaccreditation have anything to do with the timing?
That's a good question.
Well, I think that creates some extra pressure for us.
Okay.
And I see here, Chair, that the comments on the sound measurement program from the engineers and architects was not sent until April 24th, 2025. So I'm assuming they wanted to have that in hand before coming to us.
We had worked with them for some other things as well, so this is something he did help us on. But he helped us actually set up, even back last year, in how we were doing the measuring. So he was aware we were doing it, to be sure we did it correctly.
Are there any plans for you guys to do anything on your behalf, to implement some type of sound dampening inside the building?
No, I'm not too sure what we could do.
It's a music-related industry. When you go into a booth to record, there's all type of things that you can place inside a building that absorb sound.
And I think, we have a theater that we didn't put on here, our CMA theater, where we have things going on that we would do that for internally. We haven't done that thinking of the noise from outside coming in, and we do have a lot of glass. If you've been to our building, designed in 2001, when none of this was an issue, our whole facade, our whole lobby is glass. The roof is glass. And then the Taylor Swift, once again, is glass. That's how it was designed from an architectural, aesthetically pleasing, and usefulness perspective back when we built this prior
The
to.
architect probably should have thought about sound dampening.
Should have thought about EVTs back then. It's a pretty new phenomenon.
If I could say something on that, I know what you're talking about with windows, but it is a classroom setting for the children. It's a very nice setting, very entertaining for them, and a good place to learn. But it was set up engineer-wise to not have street noise come up and interfere. But this is way beyond street noise, and it's not. When they're not around, it's fantastic up there. But when they come by and they're stopping and the music is louder than it should be, and you can hear it far into the building, that's a problem.
And I understand perfectly. I'm just, on your end as an engineer and you CEO of the building, we constantly tell our ETV operators we have to be forward-thinking for public need and necessity and safety. The building was designed in 2001, obviously long before ETVs, but we are Music City. We had to have some expectations of our growth being around music and sound. And so as we asked them to enclose and test their sound with their own meters and all that stuff, while that does create somewhat of an uncomfortable environment for those in a quiet business type setting, I'm just asking along the lines that the answer come from both ends and not from one end.
Yeah. I would say if the sound was under the 85, we might be having a different conversation, which is, I think, what you guys, if it was under the established downtown levels, or even where it says you shouldn't be able to hear it audibly from 50 feet, even that with no decibels, just not clearly audible within 50 feet, those would both be huge helps right there. It might be a different conversation.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking from your end.
Right.
To protect your accreditation going forward, or just for a more pleasing environment for anyone coming. I've been to the museum countless times, and I understand what you mean. But also as a business owner, usually when there's new ordinances that come in, I try to forward think them to say, okay, 5 years from now, am I going to be revisiting this because X, Y, and Z is going on? Or what can I do on my end to help myself? So I'm just wondering, in those discussions, was there any discussion? You know what, going forward, this is what we can do as well. And that's has nothing to do with the 85. 85 is the rule. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Mr. Rooker, in practical terms, in the silent zones right now by Hume Fogg and by the convention center, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the music off or is it turned down, or what is the expectation?
The expectation is for it to be turned off.
Off completely?
Yes.
Thank you.
100%.
And is that working? I mean, is it
Seems
easy
to be,
enforce?
we're not getting any complaints, so
Yeah.
it seems that our companies seem to be working well with us on that,
Yeah.
so.
I'm very sympathetic with the issues that y'all are experiencing, and you all are not the ones putting the noise out to the other folks. There's a little bit of, I mean, you're being inundated with volume that is exceeding even the noise level right now. Seems like from an enforcement standpoint, it'd be easier to enforce a silent zone than the code zone.
It is, I will say this, from an enforcement standpoint, it is very difficult to enforce decibels of 85
Right.
or what is clearly audible.
So on or off is the way to enforce it?
On or off is the
Yeah.
way to enforce it.
And they've demonstrated with the study that this is happening and in the instances in which it's happening. And
We witnessed it, so, yeah.
Again, a question on the ones that are already in place. Is it for Fog and the convention center, are they supposed to turn it off at a certain point past the building and then turn it back on? Like, how does that work?
I don't think it's defined as, I mean, upon entry into the area. So I think Hume Fogg is it 7th to 8th Avenue?
But we define the streets where the on-off happens.
Right, so it'd be on Broadway for sure for, John Lewis Way, is that 7th up there? TD?
It says a one-block city boundary in the rule. The original rule here, the part about one-block city boundary of a school, daycare center, healthcare center, place of worship, that was the original rule here. Music City Center came to us with an issue crossing under that tunnel, the echoing. So we added that later on to this rule. And in some instances, I believe companies just made the decision to avoid going under the Music City Center to avoid the issue. So here today, coming with this request from the Country Music Hall of Fame in a similar vein.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, Ms. Burkhart, thank you. Is there someone else who'd like to address this issue today at the public hearing? Mr. Rosenblatt, welcome back.
Yes, sir. Can you all hear me? So yeah, my name's Grant Rosenblatt. I own the Honky Tonk Party Express, and I wanted to actually commend the Country Music Hall of Fame. That was a good presentation, and it was very insightful from our perspective too. But I do have to come in just on the terms of, if I didn't at least talk here to bring into our side of perspective, I think I'd be doing a disservice to the industry that I helped create. When we read over the proposed rule, and I did send this to our attorneys to have them look over it to see if there's anything we weren't missing or not being aware of. The issue that will be coming up is the rule as it's written is banning one type of vehicle or one certain type of industry. The problem with doing that is you're targeting, or you're putting it, the focus on one type of vehicle or types of vehicle versus just making it a complete silent zone. This is sightseeing. This is the motorcycles that have the loud music going. Jeeps, anything, it has to either be all in or all, either one for all or all for none in that types. And it could be challenged legally if you are just targeting one specific type of vehicle. That's the first thing that stood out to us. They did bring up a question. They were saying the vehicles pulling over. It is my interpretation, at least the way that we do my business, is we're not allowed to pull over on the right of way. We have a lot that we rent downtown. So maybe what they were talking about was the pedal bikes in that regard. And in that point, I think the woos and the crowd the crowd cheers, I don't know if that was part of their the sound. Was being affected by that, because you can kill any kind of volume, but can you control crowd noise and the woos of downtown? That's not just from pedal bikes or vehicles, that's just downtown in general. I mean, all that comes under kind of what is being explained to me as the Equal Protection Act, in terms of just isolating one type of industry versus just saying this is a quiet zone. Also, when we looked at it, is Country Music Hall of Fame is in the entertainment zone or the entertainment district. There's a different sound variance and level that is granted for that. Go down Broadway, you'll hear that. The Country Music Hall of Fame Park. I'm a big fan of Brewers Fest. Live bands that happen there that will go on. I go to Preds games. We've done big Pred events out there. The Jack Daniels Bar plays music that's clearly audible from almost from 4th Avenue, that they play amplified music on the outside as well too. Those things need to be taken into consideration because they add to that volume. If people are in there, and these are the events and the sound for the quiet zone that needs to be taken into account as well too. I did look up the decimal levels, 85, because we have to adhere to some pretty good ones. 85, and this is coming from the Hearing Health Organization, is city ambient noise, basic traffic noise. Look it up, not my opinion. That's just what is being picked up on their amplification. Just for record, my diesel engine runs at 78 decibels just as a diesel engine being idling. That's not if I throttled it up. That's not if I hit the gas. So these things just need to be taken into effect. I am very sympathetic to what's going on. Hume fog, to touch on that, we try not to even go by the school during school hours. So that's kind of what we've done. That's just something we do. I would love to sit down with the Country Music Hall of Fame and understand what are things that we can work on proactively, as a group, versus just slicing the meat down, if you will, to one specific area versus taking it all into the perspective, because that's where this rule would get into trouble, is you are selectively saying, well, this group can't have music, but this group can, even though some of this group may not be contributing to some of the noise, but it's still contributing. So having the silent zone has to take that into effect. Also too, I looked up the CMA guest numbers. They've grown. They're 50% up from, I think, over a decade ago. And so if it's hurting guest attendance, it's not showing up in their self-reported numbers. And I've gone to events there. I've been to weddings there, organizational parties there, and I've been to museum walker as well too. I think it's a great museum, and I want to respect the history that they have here. I'm just asking, before we make a rule that could legally be challenged and overturned, we say, okay, is it an all silent zone, or can we potentially work with the Country Music Hall of Fame for at least our industry to find maybe ways around that, so we don't just to a blanket statement where we can't have concerts at the Country Music Hall of Fame. So the Jack Daniels Bar can still play their amplified music for Preds games or whatever else happens in that downtown vicinity, again, in the entertainment zone, which is a different noise ordinance zone. So that's just kind of what I had to say. Questions or anything like that, I can help. But again, I am very sympathetic to them, and I don't want to feel like I'm being cold. I would like to sit with them to work with something to see if there's a solution versus just making what we consider an arbitrary rule that is obviously targeting one specific group of people.
Have you reached out to them previously, or have they reached out to you concerning the noise?
No, we haven't reached out to them. They have not reached out to us. That's something I would like to do. We're here today. We can do it. We did it for the Hume Fog folks. We did it for the convention tunnel because in that regard, we were going under, and I get it. I get it. And I've lived in Nashville since '02. I love Nashville, so I'm not here to be a nuisance, but, I just want everyone to have fun. Our guests are experiencing Nashville just like their guests are experiencing Nashville coming to the Country Music Hall of Fame. We're just experiencing it maybe in two different ways, even though a lot of our guests still go to the Country Music Hall of Fame. So, but yes, I'd be willing to sit down and talk.
Well, I think your argument, Mike, to me, in my mind, might have hurt you more than it helped you, just to make me think, just say, no, cut it off. Because we're not here to regulate events.
Mm-hmm.
That's, so, if we said a no noise zone,
Mm-hmm.
it would only apply to you.
Correct.
Board has nothing over what Jack Daniels does, what events are in the park there, just behind the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
None of that. So while we couldn't tell everyone that that's a no noise zone, we could say to the people that we regulate,
Mm-hmm.
no noise zone. And as you were saying it, I thought, well, I mean, he's basically saying either tell me to cut it off because I can't really cut it down. I think that the museum has spent time and money to identify that it's not just a hey when you guys go by. It's we can tell what song you're playing when you go by. And we have identified that it's when your ETV goes by, not yours in particular, the industry's ETVs. And so what we can fix, we fix. If I was an electrician, I'm not working on plumbing.
Correct.
So we're dealing with what they have spent their time and money and accredited engineers to identify ETVs are making this noise. And 85, you are correct, that is city noise. But that's city noise from people talking and cars honking and buses going by. That's 85. It's not a breeze going through the trees downtown Nashville. So all that noise is accounted for. And it's accounted in when engineers design the building, that we need to design this building to block out 85 decibels or below, to let meetings go on in here, to let people answer phones, to let customers carry on conversations that have to do with the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Yes. And I guess my retort to that is you are correct. Y'all can make any rule or regulation that you want. The issue that and again, we saw that I get 2 weeks to prepare for this. They've had a year to do this, and issues that we could see coming up is if ETVs, you are getting blamed for it, okay, there's that. But when we get cited or ticketed for it, but then you have the motorcycle gangs, and there are, that go downtown and blast the music and they get a scot-free ride, like that's where we're gonna get into trouble because you're targeting one specific type of industry, even though you're like, we can regulate that, but that's the problem, is you're saying, well, it's only them, but you can't say that because there's other people who have amplified music that goes through downtown. Again, you're free to make any rule that you want. I'm just here giving you the other side of the argument.
And I don't think we would ever say that. What we would say is we have identified a specific industry that's making this noise that we regulate, and we want to regulate that. Motorcycle gang going through, that's not every day.
Mr. Rooker, in the current silent zones by Hume Fogg and the Convention Center, does it include both ETVs and pedal carriages?
No, it does not, just ETVs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this particular public hearing issue? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now it's time for the discussion among the commissioners, though there seems to have been quite a bit of it already. So the public hearing's closed. Is there any further discussion about this particular proposed amendment to Section 807? Commissioner Penley, you got your finger on the button.
I think Mr. Rosenblatt's point was well taken about that the application just one industry. I would like to see this apply to pedal taverns as well. It sounds like that is coming at the next meeting, or?
You'll have it before you in the next meeting.
Okay, and assume that would be approved. I think that probably beat a lawsuit that Mr. Rosenblatt plans to file. I don't know if that does the trick or not, but I would support it applying to pedal taverns as well. And as long as that were the case, I'd be in favor of this today.
We can also apply the pedal, the only reason it's not is that they're different sections.
Yeah, that's.
I get it, yeah.
So that's
But,
why we're doing this one now.
Mhm.
And we'll also apply the same flight zones for pedal carriages that will apply for. They'll apply in all three places if you decide to do that.
Can I ask Mr. Rosenbaum a question without opening the public meeting again? Do you mind answering one quick question for me?
Do I have to answer it?
You don't have to. I'm gonna ask it, and you can not. Would the quiet zone affect your business?
It would affect the experience of the business, and it's.
Would it cost you any money?
Yes, it would affect the business because it would be the same as if you couldn't go down Broadway. Unfortunately, Fourth Avenue is a major thoroughfare, an avenue that we get in and out of downtown. So when you have either music going or a sightseeing tour going, because I'm assuming this would apply to sightseeing as well too, you've got to turn everything off, quit talking, quit playing music as well too, going around that area. Because I mean, of course it's going to affect it. So now, can we do things to like help reduce the noise? Absolutely. But the argument that I'm saying is like, if you're just like, hey, let's go to quiet zone. Well, what about the woos and the hollers that are going on? Is that going to be affected into it? Like, I can't really control what people say or do, especially on the street.
Woos and hollers don't have bass associated. They don't have bass lines associated with them.
Yes,
But
they don't have bass. But again, yes, because then it's this street, it's that street. I mean, it's just like that's what's kind of going on. But again, the same argument that I have is like we're in the entertainment district. And like, if there's an entertainment district with a different sound ordinance, then what's the point of having these districts with these sound ordinances in there that we've already given to Broadway, which was here before anything? And we are Music City. So, again, I'm very sympathetic to it. I'm not trying to be very push.
I just wanted to know if you felt like you would lose customers over it.
is it an entertainment district? And this is not for you. Is there an entertainment district that he's like officially recognized? I mean, you're right there with Bridgestone. You've got law firms. You've got all sorts of things. I think it's a business district. I mean, I think maybe that'd be the tourism area, like places where they go. But I don't know that there's like a.
I don't know that there's a specific. Diana may be able to answer this. I'm not sure there's a specific entertainment entertainment district.
Do that to me. TD's going to make sure I follow all the rules. There is an area in the downtown that's identified as the DTC, which is the downtown center. It's set more for zoning than it is for anything else. So, but I can do a little bit more homework and then provide that answer back to Ricky and I'd like to talk to planning and all of that first before I come back, because those are usually handled through the planning department. But I do know there's the DTC, but that's a zoning, and that's identified. But if there is an entertainment district or a business district, I know we have the downtown partnership district that is actually identified, and that's kind of clumped all together, and that's what we would consider our business district through that program. But let me just get a little bit more information. I'll give it to Ricky, and we'll pass it out to the commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair, I have one comment. I was involved in the original drafting of this rule back in 2022, and if I'm not mistaken, 920 of the Metro Code, that is the noise ordinance, it really only contemplates amplified sound, so it's not regulating the woo. This rule was really asking for respect, cooperation, cautioning your passengers on behavior, not to say that you have to force them not to use their voice.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, unless anybody's got something else to say.
Go for it.
All right. I would like to add museums to that list, but I don't think there's an appetite for that. So I make a motion to amend Section 807 of the MTLC rules to include the language "or beside the Country Music Hall of Fame on Demumbrian from Rep. John Lewis Way to 4th Avenue South," as written in the amended.
Yeah. And I believe you're going to have to amend to include not only Demumbrian, but 5th and 4th Avenue South.
These two that are in the packet.
So it's actually making a horseshoe around the.
The horseshoe around,
also?
yes.
Yeah,
John
okay.
Lewis Way.
The horseshoe around it.
All right. Or beside the Country Music Hall of Fame on Demumbrian from Rep. John Lewis Way to 4th Avenue South, and Rep. John Lewis Way. What's the other one? They're all three in there.
Demumbrian, 4th Avenue South, and Rep. John Lewis.
Yeah, they're all in there.
2 KVB. 2 KVB, Korean Veterans.
Oh, to the Korean
Yeah.
Veterans Boulevard.
So it's gonna look like a horseshoe.
Okay. Can you add in there, TD, to Korean Veterans Boulevard? After 4th
It's
Avenue
not
South.
including Korean veterans, it's just going to it.
Is that sufficient for a motion, legal?
So the intention is that it will be a U-shape, a quiet zone in the front of the museum and on both sides of the museum going up to the Korean Veterans Boulevard. Okay. It's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, or is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those ayes are getting awfully quiet.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Send Taylor Swift our regards.
All right, Director Rooker, we're now on to the shared urban mobile devices, consideration approval of one-year contract.
This will
Who's
be.
handling this one?
Could I ask a favor?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, could we hear about the failed RFP first? Because it may be relevant to this discussion.
So you want to take something out of order here?
Yes, the
All right.
second.
Is that
Next
on the
item.
second page, or?
No, it's the next item.
Oh, the update on the RFQ,
Yes,
okay.
yeah, could we do that?
This will be Tim's section of the agenda. This is his specialty.
Mr. Scheffler, why don't we go ahead and take at the request of Commissioner Rogers, let's take an update on the RFQ docket shared mobility first, okay? I think you're providing us an update on that?
Yeah, absolutely. RFQ for docked bike share mobility commission received notice that the intent to award to Bicycle Transit Systems was rescinded after failed contract negotiations. We are working diligently to resolicit that project, and we have turned that over to Metro Procurement for publishing, which should occur shortly. Not sure what other questions you have. Any day now, that should be out. It will be resolicited, and not wanting to give an advantage or disadvantage to anyone who is going to submit a proposal to that RFP. That is the information I can give you straightforward where we are today.
We had one and they dropped out. Is that what happened, or?
I wouldn't say they dropped out. We selected Bicycle Transit Systems as the result of the RFP process that this commission was made aware of and approved. We went into that selection was the intent to award was contingent on successful contract negotiations. We negotiated the contract with Bicycle Transit Systems. Both parties mutually walked away from the table, and now we will resolicit that RFP very soon.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I will just add, if I can, Mr. Chair, to let the commission know that there are changes to the RFP. In the negotiation, there was some really great conversation that wouldn't allow us to move forward. So we did take that into consideration in the revision of the new RFP that we're looking to have hit the street anytime. I can't speak to exactly what that is because I'm under that silent cone, but I can share that understanding that that the way it was originally written actually put limitations in. So we redrafted the RFP to allow for better opportunities for everyone to give us a really successful bid.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have a few questions. This took over a year to get where we're at, and we're starting all over again. So why did the negotiations fail?
The negotiations with them failed because they could not provide us with what the RFP was asking them to do with the capital investment. And so in 5 years. So based on the RFP, it was based on a 5-year capital investment, and they were not able to do it. So they decided, we mutually decided it would be best to rescind, and then us look at revamping the RFP and putting it back out on the street. That would give opportunities for both them and also other folks to make it more competitive, and also a better opportunity to have a very sound and successful bike sharing program.
Well, they read the RFP before they applied for it. So why did they not understand that requirement?
I can't answer for them. We did say next time they should have popped the question into procurement so that they would have gotten the response back, and then we would have been able to put that out to everybody. So they do now understand the process better, but I can't answer as to why they did the way they did.
So you basically told them you were not going to give them a 10-year contract?
The RFP calls for a 5-year contract, and they needed to meet the 5-year commitment of the capital improvement, and they could not.
Okay. Their proposal, which I read, said we need a 10-year contract. Did it not? Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So you knew from day one that what they were proposing you couldn't agree to, correct?
Having been on the selection committee, the proposal from Bicycle Transit Systems offered 2 pathways, a 3-year option under which they would provide no expansion, and a 10-year option where they would provide a large amount of countywide expansion. We were offering a 5-year contract. So that question in the evaluation committee's eyes, or at least in my eyes, was unanswered. Okay, I know what's going to happen under 3 years. I know what will happen under 10, not quite sure what will happen under 5. It's my understanding from Metro Procurement that we can only offer 5-year contracts unless we get Metro Council approval. So it was solicited at 5 years.
Right,
Thus,
but I read the proposal, and I saw that it said 10 years, and I told them they were not going to get 10 years. So why didn't you tell them on day one? Why did it take months?
That is
literally months.
It is not our position to say that. We have to follow procurement on that. And so therefore, this was the process we had to go through with procurement.
What,
But
I don't understand.
Procurement is the one that is soliciting the bid. Procurement is the one that is managing the bid. Procurement is the one who brings in the proposals, gives it to us. We set up the evaluation committee, and then we go back to procurement and we say blah, 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 blah. And then they act on whatever we say. It was shared with them that this is a 10-year commitment. The thought was to award because they actually were the first choice and see what they could do in 5 years. Unfortunately, they came out very clearly that what we needed done in 5 years, they could not meet. We were hoping they would, and therefore, they rescinded their bid, and we are
But
resoliciting the
why
RFP.
did it take so long?
It is
That
the
proposal, I saw that proposal the first time I saw
can't
it. I
answer.
said, this is not going to happen.
This is how long it took.
Commissioner Rogers.
That's not a
I-
good answer.
I was involved in the first contract negotiation meeting back in January, as Director Alarcon was there as well. And out of the very first contract negotiation meeting in January, we said, okay, we know what you'll do under 3, we know what you'll do under 10. Come back and tell us what you can do in 5 years. And that took 3 months.
Because
Bicycle Transit Systems would have to answer that question. We asked one very simple question, what can you do under a 5-year contract? And it wasn't until April that we got that answer.
So it's on them.
We asked a question, we waited for the answer, we ultimately came to a table and mutually walked away from that table.
Well, it took too long, and I'll blame everybody. And I went back yesterday and read the ordinance, and the ordinance doesn't say a word about the department or procurement or anybody else. You know who it says is responsible in the ordinance? Us. So I see this as a failure, and we're responsible for the failure, for better or for worse. So I don't like the fact that it's taken over a year, obviously. Is it going to take another year?
It is my hope that it will not, because I'm just as anxious to get a bike sharing program that's going to work for all of Nashville and the county, and I want one that's going to be successful
Yeah.
and fair to all competitors.
Fair. Okay. Why didn't you go to the second choice? I mean, is that will the procurement?
Procurement
people-
advised us not to, and plus, based on the conversations we had with, what are they? No,
BTS.
Thank you. With BTS, that we found that there were things in the original RFP that could be approved on that would make this a much better deal and more realistic to really have a successful bike sharing program throughout the county.
Okay, why did they want a 10-year contract? What was the difference to them between 10 years and 5 years?
It was the capital investment that they had to make and how long it would take, they felt to take to actually recoup and cover their original capital investment. They did not feel they could do that in a 5-year model, that it would take longer.
What is the revenue stream that they were depending upon to repay the capital investment?
We don't have, that's their business model, not ours, because we're not providing any capital dollars.
Right, you're not subsidizing them in
Correct.
any way.
So that was not necessarily shared with us.
Really? You didn't ask? I mean, I know. Come on, you didn't ask what their
I
revenue?
ask a lot of questions, but at this point, I'm in this cone of silence, so I'm limited as to what I can say. And I would much rather have this conversation after I'm done with the cone of silence.
Cone of silence.
I think that we should all be cognizant of the fact that a lot of the discussions that happen in the procurement process are confidential. And she is accurate that there is like the cone of silence, as she phrases it. And that is per procurement rules. And I know that under the ordinance, you guys are given some authority, but that does not abrogate the authority that procurement has in the Metro Code over all procurement for the metropolitan government.
We're talking about something that's in the past. I'm not talking about a future RFP. I'm talking about a
But we will be
past one.
submitting a new one, correct?
But I'm not, I'm not,
It's already submitted to procurement. It's not published yet, but it's in procurement, and I cannot be speaking to this. But once it's out in the public and we're out of the cone of silence, I'm more than happy to go through from beginning to end and all of the conversations in between. But I cannot do it right now. I'm getting very uncomfortable with the questions. I'm not trying to avoid anything or evade anything. I just hope y'all respect and understand I'm kind of like stuck by procurement rules at this
We're not
moment.
talking about a future RFP. I'm talking about one that's been
But the
withdrawn.
past one is a reflective in the future, Mr. Rogers, so I am not comfortable speaking to it, other
What do you
than
mean,
what's.
what do you mean reflective? I don't understand.
There
Is
are
that a
items-
legal term?
I don't think that Ms. Alarcon should be speaking about the procurement process as it is, considering that there are confidential concerns.
Thank
And
you.
that is a larger Metro question. And Metro has an interest in keeping this aspect of the procurement process confidential. So I don't think that she should be discussing this in this public forum right now.
It's in the past. It's already happened.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna, I think we've got enough of an update on it, whether it's in the past or what's going to be forward. We'll certainly be visiting this again, I think.
Well, here's the thing, and we're about to get to that. We're charged in the ordinance with, the responsibility is with this commission. It's not with the department, right? Is that a correct interpretation of the ordinance?
I will have to look at the ordinance, but as
Well,
I
feel
said
free.
before, there's still a procurement code that we, as a government, as NDOT, as a department of that same government, has to abide by.
Could you show me that? Is that an ordinance or rules? or-
The procurement code?
Yeah. Could you
I can
find the
I can-
specific, no, not today. It doesn't have to be today.
Title IV, plus they have their own policies and procedures, and I think there's also some state law that comes into play.
Okay, could you write an opinion about that and send it to me? So I'll know what not to ask.
What is your specific question?
My question is, why can't we discuss an RFP that has already been terminated? I mean, that was the letter from the procurement that said that RFP had been withdrawn, correct?
We can look into that.
So
I
we're
actually have
talking
not
about
seen
the
that letter.
past.
I am just talking about general procurement principles that we are discussing, and
It's in the agenda, and in the materials we were given, that RFP had been withdrawn.
we can look at that, and I can
It's
look
in
at.
the past.
And I will talk with the procurement attorney, and we will discuss what are the bounds of confidentiality, but as we sit here today, and as Ms. Alarcon is over there, I think that it's pretty clear that we're not quite sure about the bounds of confidentiality. I know there are some, so I would also like to look at that so that if we want to have that conversation, we can do so in an appropriate manner going forward.
Well, we don't know if this is inappropriate or not.
Well, then let's wait until we
Exactly.
find it.
All right. Well,
Commissioner Rogers, I do have a question.
Yeah.
You wanted to move the update before the consideration of the one-year contract. Share with me.
if
what
I
that
understand it
interest was
correctly, and
about.
tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're about to consider the last year of a 5-year contract for the other companies, correct? In other words, we're going to be going through this same process again shortly. I'm not real impressed with how this one went, sorry. I mean, it went for over a year.
By this one, you mean the
The-
RFQ on
yes,
the docket sharing?
dock
bill.
share,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I guess I'm not supposed to talk about it. I'm not sure that the business model they were going to use will work.
Okay.
But
And
apparently-
that impacts some of the consideration of the other agenda
Well, it's
item on the one-year.
it's a different kind of operational model.
Okay.
So I had further questions. I would like, I was looking back, what could we, again, it's our legal responsibility. Look at the code. The code doesn't mention the department. It mentions us, and thank you, council, for doing that. So what could we have done, and I'll ask, what could we have done to have sped this process along? I don't want to do this one for another year. I don't want to do the next one for another year. Got any recommendations?
Speak to that. I think some of the delay in getting an RFP out on the street had to do with where bike shared contract needed to be owned. And there was a lot of back and forth at that time, and that was when Teresa was here. So in fairness, she's not here anymore. But it went back and forth exactly whether that belonged with this commission or it belonged somewhere else. And once the determination was made that it would belong in this commission and fall in under the SUMD policy, that's when we put it out. But it took a long conversation to get to that point. But once we reached it, an RFP was put together, and that was actually put out into the marketplace. And then that was actually out in the marketplace. We have asked in the next procurement practice if we can shorten the window a little bit so we don't have to put it out as long, because typically they require that you put it out for 20 business days, and we've asked if we can shorten that up. Haven't gotten the answer on that, but we're hoping we can shorten this one up because everyone's really kind of expecting it. I would say that was probably a lot of the delay. But once the RFP went out, the process followed. But we did run into the negotiation issue that it was rescinded and we pulled away. We actually had a chance to go back to the table, finesse the RFP. That has now been sent back over to procurement. And as a matter of fact, it should be hitting the market any day now.
I don't understand what the discussion was about, because we've done one of these before you were here, and it took too long as well, but it got done. And I don't know what Teresa didn't understand. She was here. It's clearly in the, under the authority of this commission. I don't know that there's any question about where else it would be.
I'm just sharing.
I know, I understand. And
I'm going to make a recommendation that we move back onto the other agenda item. We're running a lot of time here. Thank you, though, Commissioner Rogers, for helping and enlighten us about our responsibilities. All right, which one of you two is going to handle the consideration of the one-year contract, and
Yes,
tell me
sir.
what we're looking at?
Chair, thank you. The aforementioned contract with our SUMD companies, Bird, Lime, and Spin, resulting from an RFP process that concluded back in 2021. The contract as written maxes out at 60 months, terms out, so this is your last opportunity to renew, and this is the meeting to do it because the current contract would expire June 11th of 2025 without renewal here today. I've got a couple slides to go through, and we do have folks who've traveled into town today to speak with you from Bird, Lime, and Spin. Want to share a ride summary. We've had 1.2 million rides each of the last 4 years. Coming into this year, we've got a slow start on rides to this year, but we've had some weather that wasn't so favorable, I believe. We've missed some golf days. Ricky and I have talked about that with the rain and the wind and the
We sure have.
and the cold. So this is a quick look at the number of rides that we've consistently had in this program. Next slide will show you a heat map of where these devices are most heavily traveled, and you see it going down through Broadway, Demumbrian, 10th Avenue North, West End, 8 South, and 12 South. Moving on in the interest of time, please stop me if you have any questions. Our SUMD trip origins, 72% of those occur in the Central District, downtown, 18.4% in the Midtown District. Now, the rest of those scooters, about 9%, 10% of those rides are occurring outside of downtown and Midtown, and I can attribute that to this commission's partnership for first and last mile, allowing the companies to deploy scooters outside of the downtown area that can go next to bus stops, that can be used for that final mile home connection. And so we're getting about 108,000 rides a year that at that 1.2 million number per year. About 108,000 of those are occurring outside of downtown and Midtown, and that's a pretty cool thing. Want to share a couple things that have happened just in the last year. These companies have partnered with Metro for Bird and Spin. It's a first of its kind program. I understand Lime does this in some other areas. But if you are a Metro employee with any of these email addresses, and we try to include them all, you get a 30% discount. That's all you got to do is sign up for the app using your Metro email address. Automatic 30% discount applied when you ride. No TDOT. We didn't do it for the state, but this was a great partnership with these companies that they worked with us, and credit should go to Megan Matson as well with the Nashville Connector. Also to Sissy back in our office who works in communications, put this graphic together. The two of them worked very hard, and I thank the companies for their partnership on this, and I enjoy getting my discounts on my rides as well. Another thing that came actually from Commissioner Rogers was he wanted to see more of a commitment to advertising access rides, those rides for SNAP benefits and things of that nature. So each company has created an ad that will go in WeGo buses, working with Robert Johnson on this initiative currently as well. Here you see Lime's ad, which has got a nice backdrop of city of Nashville there, and that QR code connects definitely to where you can sign up for Lime's Access program, which is a pretty cool thing and a great suggestion from Commissioner Rogers. We'll move on to Bird's ad, and maybe John Langford can speak to it in more specificity, but they have something called community pricing, which also includes seniors, veterans, and then other assistant programs as well. So a different option there from Bird. And then finally to Spin's ad here, similar things available. One more thing I want to show, and it'll be pretty hard to see here, but this is a project we've worked on just in the last year to put corrals in the downtown area, which is something we desperately needed. It was an initiative that Director Alarcon charged us with, that Brent Schultz, the Connect Downtown implementation coordinator, really did a great job with. We have over 1,500 scooter spaces out there now for parking that were not there a year ago. We have nearly 200 bike spaces, and this project's still getting started. It's going to go into Germantown, it's going to go into Sobro, it's going to go west as well. We're going to continue to add corrals and try to clean up some of the free-floating parking that we get the most complaints on. So with that being said, I believe NDOT is recommending today that you renew these contracts. I can share on the day of the Music City Marathon, scooters were ridden 9,000 times, which is a very impressive amount of rides.
Does that mean people were cheating?
Tired legs.
The winner of the marathon was on a scooter, but indeed we do see it as, when you have traffic congestion, when you have road closures, it's a way for people to get around, and that's a pretty cool thing. John and Lily are with us today to answer any questions you might have of them, and I would ask that you give them an opportunity just to say hello.
Good afternoon.
One thing I will say is there needs to be a bicycle in the pictures. The pictures were just of scooters, so.
That is a fair, it's a fair point.
Well, if you introduce yourself and tell us who you represent.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm John Langford.
You can pull that thing to you.
Yep. Good afternoon. I'm John Langford. I represent Bird.
I'm Lily Kraus. I represent Lime.
And Jermaine, do you want to come up here with us? Jermaine's here. Our floor chair.
And you are?
I'm Jermaine. I here for Spin.
Okay. Is there anything you want to share with the commission before we decide whether to renew or not?
Sure, I would love to. I come to the space as a bike advocate. And I would say that the collaboration that's happened between Nashville and the shared micromobility operators, particularly on the corrals, is exactly how we hope to see this play out in cities. In other words, Nashville has been a real leader in investing in the types of infrastructure. They're going to keep down the kinds of complaints that we've seen in the cities everywhere. And the fact that there are 1,500 slots that went up within a year, I don't think I've seen that kind of progress in any other city. So we wanted to say thank you from the operator side for the collaboration. It's been great to see. And then the one other thing I would add is we're working particularly with Lily from Lime. We've taken a number of proactive steps to work with members of the community who don't love scooters as much as everybody else. So we meet with community stakeholders on, I think it's a bi-weekly basis, and work to take concrete steps to make improvements where they're needed.
Yeah. I also want to thank you all truly for the work that you all do on this commission. It's really appreciated and needed, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I am here today to ask that you renew Lime's permit for this year. Our track record speaks for itself. Despite operating just 1/3 of the vehicles in Nashville, Lime occupies 50% of the market share. That's by no mistake. It's because of the investment that we've made operationally in this market, in our people in this market, and in this community. I've been here working for Lime, testifying before you for 7 years, so I'm personally invested, as is the company. We operate as a single independent company with a full-time, fully staffed local team on the ground. And I'm proud of what we've built here. We also want to be candid that we've long advocated for a two-operator market here in Nashville, and we continue to believe that the city would see great outcomes, accountability, better growth, better tidiness, and clear oversight with two companies operating. We believe that now might be a good time for the commission to consider that option as well. In closing, I just want to reiterate our commitment to being a good partner, and with the commission and with NDOT. We've really enjoyed our time, so thank you.
And yeah, Jermaine Knight for Spin. I can just say, born and raised in Nashville. Really, really happy to be a part of Spin and be a part of the micro mobility piece. Before joining the company, I wasn't. I was one to where I'm like, scooters. I don't know if I want to get on a scooter, and I haven't ridden a bike since I got out of 5th grade or so. But joining the company and being on the more, I see the benefit. I see what it does, and being one of those locals turned on to riding and that world is definitely something I wake up and I look at the larger picture of something outside of just a job or my family piece, right? Anything that comes in, I respond as quickly as I can. Talk to the team. Hey, let's get out there and let's do it. Anything that needs, I'm completely open to any sort of communication partnerships wise. I want the Spin brand to be a reflection of myself, right? And I'm really big on working together, the transportation piece, and we've been working really closely with NDOT and TD and things of that nature. So cleaning up the streets, everything we can do, everything that's asked of us, in a bit more, right? So I see no issues with what's happening out there as far as the amount of operators. I think we're doing very well, and there's a lot more to do, and I'm committed to doing a lot more with everyone.
Thank you, folks. Does anybody have any questions?
I may have a few. John, you used to work for Spin, right?
Correct.
So who do you work for now?
So there is a parent company, and I represent Bird here today.
Okay, so you're not representing the parent company?
No, representing Bird today.
Okay. Because the question I asked I'll give you a history lesson. You probably don't want to hear it. When we gave this contract 4 years ago, we picked these 3 companies, and they were by far the best proposals out of the 7. At the time, Spin was owned by Ford, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Spin was then sold to Tier, a European company that hadn't been heard from since, I guess, at least not in this country. Then they were sold to Bird, and then Bird went bankrupt. Is that a correct historical explanation there?
Yes, though I would add one more thing at the end, that Bird emerged from bankruptcy and now is a profitable company under a parent company called Third Lane Mobility.
Exactly. So explain to me, and this is a question I had earlier about a bus company. There are 2 corporations. Yeah. Are you truly competitors? I mean, when I voted for 3 companies, I thought, well, 3 sounds about right because there'll be some competition. But you're both answering to the same CEOs, correct?
So we're under the same parent company that does have 2 CEOs. What I would say is we have separate rider bases. We have separate vehicles. We have separate operations. We've got separate operating models, and those all provide unique value in different markets. So I think there are similar examples in the car rental business. For example, when Bird wins and when Spin wins, yes, one parent company wins, But the bigger concern for us, and the reason we think it's valuable to have two brands in the market, is because we have devoted riders from each brand, and we have different offerings, very different bike models, for example, between Bird and Spin, and different scooter models as well too.
What's different? Well, never mind. What's different about your bicycles? I never.
I mean, you could say what's different about a line bike as well. They're all Class 1, or I guess you all have Class 2 e-bikes. But for example, we have, they're all bicycles, but they ride different. They have different manufacturers, for example.
And quite frankly, I doubt that anybody of your customers notices that. If I go into a Lyft app, though, I can find a Bird scooter, correct?
Correct.
And I can find a Spin scooter, correct? So you're both.
That's correct.
In the same app. So I'll be quite frank, I don't quite understand how you're really two companies. Are you saying there's a Chinese wall between the two?
Sure, there's very much a separation. In Nashville, there are Bird employees and there are Spin employees, and they have different operations, and they have got different operational setups that manage the fleets in completely different ways.
Could you explain to me what the different ways are? I'm sorry, maybe I'd misunderstand the scooter business.
Sure, so I can point to one thing. So the labor model is a good example. There is a labor model that is more of a task-based model, as we refer to it, similar to other operators in the industry, that relies more on contractors versus an in-house model that relies on full-time in-house employees. So I would just say that the labor model would be a good example of how things are different.
Okay, but that doesn't really matter to us as long as you get it done. Why did Bird buy Spin and then not consolidate your operations? I mean.
Sure, that one's above my pay grade. That's not a.
Well, you understand why I'm asking the question. Is obviously I don't claim to understand corporate governance, but I just have a hard time seeing you as separate companies.
Sure, I understand what you're saying, and I think it's all fair questions. But again, I would go back to, we have a lot of Bird riders. There are a lot of Bird riders. There are a lot of Spin riders. There's different labor models. There's different vehicles, and they offer they're any shared micromobility operator. I think there's some similarity between. It's four-letter scooter companies with different color bikes and scooters.
Right.
On one level, but between Bird and Spin, again, we have, for example, like some of our internal data suggest that female riders much prefer the Spin scooters and the Spin bikes compared to the Bird brand. We don't totally know why. We're looking into it more, but we have like a stronger base of female ridership on the Spin brand, who like that brand better.
Really?
It's the word. Spin.
Yeah.
Class.
Spin class, yeah.
Spin class. That's the word.
There you go.
That's what I would think, too.
Okay. Probably shouldn't go there.
I have a question. You got another one?
One more.
Okay.
Vanderbilt did a poll. Interestingly enough, they do a poll, I guess, every year or 6 months or something. It's the same poll that says the mayor's doing a really good job. They ask about scooters for some reason. They ask if people approved or disapproved, and surprisingly enough, 53% of respondents said they approved of scooters, which sort of surprised me. But so I contacted them and asked for some breakdowns, and it turns out that there are three demographics that really support scooters: young people, not surprising, people of color, and people making, I think it was less than $45,000 a year. So the people opposed to scooters are basically old white people who are above average incomes, I guess. So my question is does that kind of thing, how do you look at that in terms of your marketing and expanding bike share and scooter share? And I'll say one other story. I read a story this week about Seattle. I think you're all in Seattle or something. And last year they had 6 million rides. That's a lot. That's a lot of bicycles and a lot of scooters. Now, does it make Seattle a better city? I don't know. I haven't been to Seattle in a long time. But at any rate, would you just comment on that? What you think we could do in Nashville if we had a plan? What would you like to see in Nashville that would make us more like Seattle? I'm under no illusion we'd ever be Seattle, but what can we do to grow it in Nashville?
Sure. So I'd say the first thing you want to look at is the number of vehicles on the ground. Seattle has a whole lot of vehicles on the ground.
They do. About 2,500, 3,000 bikes and 5,000 or 6,000 scooters.
The total cap on their regulation is 20,000 vehicles.
20,000?
Yeah, and they're approaching that.
They're approaching 20,000 scooters and bikes?
That's right.
Combined? What ratio?
What's that?
What ratio of scooters to bikes?
It's about 2 to 1.
Yeah.
The last time I looked at their dashboard, it was about 2 to 1.
And they're all e-bikes?
Yes. Yeah, nobody uses that other stuff anymore. Lily, could you speak to the same issue?
I mean, I think frankly, we've come before this commission to ask for fairly modest fleet increases in the past and have been approved for one of those fleet increases of 50 vehicles, but not additional vehicles. I think that in order to have a sustainable program, we should reward operators who are not only meeting the standards set forth by the TLC rules, but who are also meeting and exceeding ridership standards. So we see that in markets where operators are allowed to grow based on their own individual ridership data, et cetera. So that leads to a path to growth in Nashville in general. With the more vehicles that we're able to provide, the more service area we're able to provide, and the more we're able to streamline our operations to handle a larger service area with larger fleet sizes.
And I might note, I'm talking about Seattle because they have a wonderful dashboard. You can go look at the numbers of scooters and rides and everything. But other cities like DC, for instance, has 7,000 bikes in their version of B-Cycle. And they also have about that many scooters and bikes in the city itself. The B-Cycle, the cap share bike, dock bike system is region-wide. Same in the Bay Area. So they're well over, I don't know, maybe 20,000 vehicles in the Bay Area. So Nashville's really a backwater when it comes to micromobility. And hopefully the administration will have a plan to grow it. At least I hope that's what happens. And quite frankly, I agree with Lily. I think we only need 2 companies. No offense to Spin or Bird. And I'm not sure, quite frankly, that you're not just one company right now. But I'll take your word for it. Okay,
To answer your question regarding how can we grow it?
Yeah.
Cap increases, of course, fleet increases is one thing, right? You're able to reach more people, more areas, but also it's about how you target. If you realize that area is, far as the demographics, right?
Right.
You don't have many people riding in one. What's the plan to bring toward inclusion, right? Mm-hmm. So that would be my piece as well, to where increase the vehicles and also who's responding, who's taking care of them, like need be. One thing can, you have Span and the Lyft app, right? And you have Lime and the Uber app. One may be more as far as accessible, as far as use, depending on, just the person, right? Versus the next person. But it's just more so of, it's a 2-piece thing for me. It's the vehicle piece. Mm-hmm. You get more out there, but then also in addition to that, it's how you push it, right? And how you
okay,
push it.
how can the city help you other than the number of vehicles?
I think one of the great things was the bus ads. Okay. I think, putting it out there, and great call regarding like the bikes for those on there. Bus ads is a great piece, right? I think that's the first step into a big step into how can we, spread it. You get it out there minus the vehicle increase, right? Mm-hmm. I think that was a great step. So it's more so coming to the table and talking about what else can we do like that, that's similar, and building on that versus just, brick by brick, right? Versus just the one. Let's use that as an example. How can we continue to build on that? Because I think that was a great.
Well, as you know, there are some folks who don't like the number that are of scooters that are already downtown. So I hope we can grow it in other parts of town, like where I live, for instance.
All right, I'm going to call the question,
I
though,
thought you
rather than
were.
get into how we can grow the business more today, okay? We got a lot of matters to continue. On the agenda right now before us is consideration and approval for one-year contract renewal for Spin, Bird, and Lime with the various contract numbers. Is there a motion?
I actually had a question I didn't get
Oh,
to ask yet.
well, I'm sorry.
Good time. I'm not ready to
Hi.
quit.
I've been on the commission for about a year, so I don't think I've met all of you in person yet. I was previously a business owner on the river. I'm a master captain, and I was always afraid that a scooter was going to fall on me from one of the bridges. I'm not opposed to scooters in general. I think e-bikes are great. I think scooters are great. The city, my question is, as I've talked with other people around the city about, hey, what do you think about scooters? What's going on? Like, have they gotten better? You know, like just trying to orient myself and get up to speed on everything that's gone on. What I understand is that in other cities, and this is a question for you because you operate in other cities and we don't, you can put controls on the scooters themselves that fine users who don't put them back, and you can also control. The biggest problem is that these are on sidewalks, right? Is that drunk people will pick up a scooter, drive it drunk down a sidewalk, and it's super dangerous, and then they just abandon it, and it, you know, gets in the way of ADA mobility and all these other things. So that's, I would say, the most that's the most glaring problem. You know, I know people use them up for all the right ways all the time, but that's why people don't like them. So my question for you is, have you seen other cities, are there measures we could put in place in Nashville that you have in other cities that could prevent some of those problems?
Yeah, I think that I want to again thank our partners here at NDOT for installing all of the corrals that they have already installed. It was a huge, really impressive effort in a short amount of time.
But are there fines for the users who don't?
Yeah.
So right now,
replace
yeah,
them?
I can't speak for the other company, but we at Lime have a series of warnings that then escalate to fines. We really find, I think this is kind of industry-wide, that a little education goes a long way in terms of recidivism. And we see 99% of people that we warn don't reoffend. You know, we do acknowledge the fact that Nashville is full of a lot of people who may not be in Nashville the next weekend to reoffend or not reoffend. So it is possible that, you know, we see some behavior in Nashville where we're just seeing someone ride a scooter for the first time and maybe the only time. But that person is still getting warned, and if they continue past the warning phase, they will be fined, and they're very well alerted to that fact.
Are there rewards?
Yeah.
Yes. And we have fines. Are there rewards?
Yeah.
Yes, so Spin has done an incentivized parking to where if they park in a corral or a rack, then they get a partial refund on their ride. So
Is there a free ride day?
Excuse me?
A free ride day?
A free ride day as far as like multiple, like what do you mean? Like we give us multiple things.
April 22nd, free scooter ride day.
No. And if
No.
you were in charge, you wouldn't have one either.
Well, and no, because I say that because in multiple industries, there is just that. So, hi, honey, I know you're walking. My wife is from Seattle, born and raised. And so we speak about Seattle a lot. Our environment is not Seattle. Seattle's very health conscious. They're very, sorry, Southern
What you
boy. I
trying to
like
say?
meatloaf, macaroni and cheese, and all that good stuff. But their environment is different as far as they do. When my wife first came to Nashville, she did not understand why the bus was so empty. She did not understand why she did not see bikes and scooters and things of the nature that she grew up with in Seattle. And it is an environment. It is a Southern environment versus a West Coast environment. And to grow that, as my colleague put it, backwater mentality, it is a traditional fight that you have to overcome. The South is very traditional, and a lot of our decisions and aspects are made over to the traditions. Giving someone something free for a day to experience, in my opinion, might override a tradition. Older, rich, white gentlemen, I would understand why they are not on scooters. I would be concerned with my hips as well. So in that environment, I understand why your demographic doesn't hit that. I don't know how you would overcome that. When I get older, I'm going to do less dangerous things. But I would like to know, because you said you have a bi-weekly meeting with different areas of the city. What are some of the comments that they want you to do? I'd like to know what they're asking you to do.
Yeah, so I'll give you a really specific example, and it goes to your question. It's the question of vehicles ending up on sidewalks. So one of the things we shared in our call yesterday with Downtown Partnership was sort of the additional labor that we've increased that are doing overnight shifts of people who go out between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. and get scooters off the sidewalks, so that when folks go to work in the morning.
But how do we get the people to return them to the right place?
So it's both and. It's both things. So we do that through incentives and
Or fines.
and through fines. We hit on both sides.
And those exist right now?
They exist right now. The infrastructure is the third piece, so making it really easy, and that's what the corrals do. You want it to not have to be a question for where you park one of these things. You want it to be right there in the corral. That's the third. And then the fourth is escaping me. But the infrastructure is the other piece that makes this really straightforward.
And I think you had.
Yeah,
wait to say something for a minute.
if I may, just real quick, we've been working with them on those incentives and as well as those fines. And I can just share with you, I actually rode one of the bikes last week, and I won't say which one. And as I was riding, the pedal fell off. And so I had to pull it over to stop. And I was going from downtown to my office because I a lot of times use the bike to go back and forth. And the pedal fell off, and I was trying to close the ride. And so I could contact them and tell them to come get it because I lost the pedal across an interstate. And across the interstate, wasn't going back for it. And I couldn't close my ride because it told me I was not in my parking, in a preferred parking. In a preferred parking. So when they say warnings, they're saying they have it on a map, they've GIS'd it, so it tells you to go back to one of those spaces. And because I wasn't in one, it was saying I can't end your ride.
Well, you should be able to say there's a mechanical problem.
Maintenance
Well,
issue.
they should. It just took me a long time to figure out how to do that because I've never had a problem before, but I got there and got it done. But I was really excited to see that the app was coming up and telling me to go to a preferred parking. So the building out, and so that was part of the collaboration that we did with them was now that we have the corrals, how can we better force or ask people to do the right things? And correct me, what percentage are actually returning the scooters and the bikes back to a corral? What percentage are we up at now?
I know we just bumped 13% in our latest numbers from like a month ago. So I don't know what that total is, but it's going up on a consistent basis.
So we actually are seeing it happen and respond.
13% of all scooters?
No,
are
it's actually, no.
It increased 13%.
13%.
Was the number that I have
I want
handy.
to say,
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember that when we had the conversation where we at, we were in the 60s, and if we've gone up 13, we're now in the 70s, the high 70s. And so we're seeing the behavior change. And so I think we're moving in the right direction, and we'll continue to push and have these conversations. TD talks to him all the time. I'll go to TD and he'll do it, and when it gets where I think it's out of control, I pick up the phone, we have a meeting, we talk about what are best practices. We do look at other cities and what they do to see if they're better practices. I will say one of the reasons why Seattle is the way Seattle is they started building out that availability of bus riding and bikes and scooters and all that in the 70s. The community made a decision in the 70s that transit was going to be their priority mode.
Well aware of how
Yeah,
far behind
and
we
they
are.
started building it out then, and now that's why they are having those successes today. So that change in that culture doesn't happen overnight, but we're moving in the right direction. So I'm really happy to hear about the 13% increase over the 60. I think we were almost at 65. That's a big win.
For
So
sure, for
compared
sure.
to where we were before, where nobody put it back anywhere correctly, we are actually seeing some wins.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, and my My comment was just around, I think there are things that other cities are doing with problems that Nashville's not doing. So just trying to understand why we're not doing those same things, like preventing them from being on sidewalks or imposing fines, especially since we know if you're just here for a weekend, great, I got a warning and now I'm gonna go home and nothing's gonna happen. And the scooter's still in the sidewalk or hanging from a bridge, or, you know, the problem doesn't get solved.
Chair?
Yeah.
Chair, I would remind the commission that what's on the agenda is the consideration of approval of the one-year contract
Oh.
for Spin, Bird, and Lime, and the renewal of certificates of public convenience and necessity.
Thank you.
Why are you reminding us?
She needs to leave.
Go ahead and leave.
Can we get to the question that's on the
Let's
agenda,
do it.
please?
I'll make a motion. Since we're being told what to do over here. I'll make a motion that we approve all three contracts for another year, which is last year, which I want to continue to discuss, by the way, and that each company be required to meet our requirement of one bicycle for every 4 scooters as soon as possible.
That's a combination motion there. Can you break that into 2 motions if you want to do it that way? Let's either approve the contracts or not approve the contracts.
Can I make the other motion first? It might change my vote.
I don't make motions.
Okay, I make a motion that we require each company to have 1 bicycle to equal 4 scooters.
Do we not already have that?
We haven't really implemented it fully, have we, Mr. Slaver? We're at 1 to 4 now. We've got 500 bikes.
I can pull up the numbers live
Yeah,
if you want to
yeah.
see it. They do have at least 125 each.
No.
Lime's a
1 to
little-
4 for all of them.
Lime's a
That
little
would be
more.
500. Are we up to 500?
We've got,
I know.
this might be going too deep into it. I'm interpreting that rule as being 1 to 4 of the 500 that they're required by
Well, I interpret it
contract.
differently. A scooter is a scooter, as far as I'm concerned, and if it's on the street, then there should be 1 bicycle.
So then we need to look to Bird and Spin to get 1 to 4 e-bikes per 700 scooters.
Is that a problem for any of you to meet that 1 to 4 standard?
No, we can work towards that. What's the deadline on getting there? Is tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Chair, I have a question. Are we talking about the TLC rule, section 909? Is that what you're referring to? Because I don't think is that in the contract? Because I don't think it's within your purview right now to amend contract
TLC rules are
terms.
incorporated in the contract.
They're incorporated into the contract?
Yeah, it's already a rule,
Okay,
and it's part of the contract.
okay.
But it does
I can
sound like
answer
there's a
that.
lot of uncertainty about the 1 to 4 and where we are, and it is a requirement in the rules, so.
Yeah, and just for, Lime has interpreted it the same way that Mr. Rogers has interpreted it, whereby we have, for our 750 total fleet of scooters, we have about 180 bikes that we have had. You can look back historically and look every month, which is something that we're really proud of, that we haven't decreased our fleet of bikes at all since that rule has been imposed. So.
All right.
They have
In
more
that
than
case,
the other
do we need
2.
to add the 1 to 4 thing? Can we just?
No, what I'm going to say is, so we're going to get back on the agenda now.
Okay.
And the question before us on the agenda is whether to approve the contracts or not. If you want to put that on for the agenda next month, that's great. But right now, we need to get back on the agenda that's before us, or else we're going to be here till they lock us out of the building, or lock us in the building.
Okay. Well, I did make a motion.
Say what?
Didn't I make a motion?
You made
to
a motion
approve?
that had 2 parts to it.
Okay,
Is there a second? Go ahead.
I'll rescind that motion and make a motion to approve the contracts for 1 more year.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I say one other thing?
Hold on, let me just mention that
Oh,
the
okay.
motion carried, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right,
Sorry.
Mr. Rogers, go
We're
ahead.
gonna, as I said, we're gonna be doing this again, presumably, pretty soon. And I'd like to, I'll ask, I won't make a motion, that the department start immediately on doing a new RFP for these companies. Hopefully, can you get it to us by July to approve? I mean, if it's gonna take a year, we need to start.
I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to commit to that, but I would say if y'all are looking for something in the early fall, that I can commit to.
Can we have it on the street by the end of the year?
I would like to check with procurement about how much they'd like to put it out because, and what the time frame will be, but, and bring that back to you. Let me just do a little bit of homework before I commit to
Well, you
something I can't
understand my
meet.
concern.
I do. I hear
Yeah,
you very loud and clear, but a lot of it's not in my control. So I want to have the conversation before I make a commitment to something.
Okay, well, that's my point. Plus, I think we do need to look at whether or not 3 companies is appropriate. When we did this 4 years ago, I thought it was, and it may still be. But I hope you'll consider that and start talking to us about it.
Ms. Ramsey, you were going to say something?
Yes, I have a question for TD. So on the agenda, it also says the renewal of certificates of public convenience and necessity, and I'm fairly new here. So are the certificates a part of the renewal of the contract, or is that a separate motion that you think needs to be made by the commission?
In past years, it's been incorporated in one motion. They've basically read off the agenda that we're renewing the contract and a new certificate of public convenience and necessity.
Okay, that did not happen in this case, so I think if the commission would like to renew the certificates, then that needs to be a separate motion.
Let's do that then.
All right, is there a motion about renewal of the certificate of public convenience and necessity for the 3 companies?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Rooker, we're moving on to the OPVHs on Mack Drive vehicle age waiver request for the 1988 Dahmer. We have a picture of that up on the screen.
Yes, sir, we do, and this vehicle is, it's got to be deemed either vintage, classic, or unique to be used as an OPVH. It's a 1988.
Chair, did we just lose quorum?
Quorum?
Mr. Rogers just left.
If we vote, we'll need him back.
Well, we can't go forward without him in here.
All right. I
Thank
think
you.
the most important thing is whether he's here for the vote or not.
Okay, so he doesn't need to.
All right, let's go forward.
Yes, sir. Okay. This is a special OPVH. If it's of a certain age, it has to come before the commission, and it has to be deemed a vintage, classic, and/or a unique vehicle. So we will put the picture back up. Did you put a picture up? So we will let the applicant explain.
Yes, sir. This is.
You've been here before on
yes, sir,
something like this, right?
Jack Daniels London tax.
That's
Okay.
right.
Yep.
And so this is another British vehicle that I bought, had shipped over from England. It is a 1988 Daimler DS420. This actual vehicle was used by the royal family, and we want to use it for weddings and. Oh, I'm sorry. We want to use it for weddings and special VIP events.
I noticed the plate on the back of it said "just married."
Yes, sir. For doing it for weddings. That's just a vanity plate. We have regular.
Right, I saw that.
City
Can you put up the criteria again, please, TD? So tell us why it's either a classic, vintage, or a unique passenger vehicle.
Well, it is nearly 40 years old, so it is an older vehicle. It is unique in that there are only about a dozen of them in the United States, and it's about the same length as, say, like a Lincoln Navigator or a Suburban, but it has inside it has a huge extended area inside of it. It's kind of like you see them a lot in like James Bond films and things like that. If you watch The Crown, there's a couple of them in The Crown, and it's mainly used now around the world, and there's a lot of them in Saudi Arabia that's used by Arab sheiks, and they're used for like embassies in the embassy in Sweden. They use the one for their ambassador there. So it's that type of vehicle. It's a very extremely rare vehicle here in the United States.
Is it fair to say it definitely meets the definition of a classic car?
Yes, sir. We believe that it does.
Okay.
Should that be 2005 or earlier?
No, time drives.
And I would say vintage
Well-
and unique.
25 years since
Well,
2000.
vintage is between 1919 and 1930.
Really?
That's what car manufactured between
Yeah,
1990 and
we would classify it under a unique vehicle. I
Unique
think,
and classic,
classification.
Yeah, and it is a right-hand vehicle, so that does make it a little more unique as well.
Are there any reservations about approving this from the?
No, ma'am.
the director?
No,
Okay.
but no, staff recommends that you approve it.
Then I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'll be back. I've got another one didn't ship this weekend to me.
Not sure you should have told us that.
Yeah.
All right, there's a public hearing coming up next regarding newly proposed MTLC Rules and Procedures, Section 119. Mr. Rooker, Director Rooker, can you give us a little bit of an introduction to that before I open the public hearing?
Yes, sir. This is a section, all that we're trying to accomplish here is have some uniformity in all of our companies. The state put in the law of the 6-month dormancy for ETVs. All this rule would do would be apply that to everyone we have, all the companies that we have. Since it's specific to ETV companies right now, we just want to keep it uniform. We still have some permits in the office that have been there for over 6 months that people have not picked up. So, I think it would be a great rule, I think it would apply all over the board with everything that we regulate. So that's what we're asking the commission to do.
And it's for motorized and non-motorized, everything, huh?
Yes, sir, everything. If someone comes and asks this commission for a permit and you grant it and they don't come pick it up for 6 months, we would like the ability to make that go away and make them reapply, come back to you again if that's what they so choose to do.
And you'll advise them that they have 6 months to come pick their permit up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why did you pick 6 months instead of 3 or 1 or?
Just to mirror the state law with the
Mirrors the state law.
ETVs.
Okay, missed that. Okay.
So I'd call this our sunset law, huh?
Go ahead.
And I would just say we would still bring it in front of the commission. And maybe they could say a reason why they hadn't operated for 6 months, but it would still require a hearing to revoke.
I personally think it's a great idea, and I can think of just some instances in the past why it would come before us and we could consider it. We've had soldiers who put in for permits and they were deployed and they weren't able to come back and finish the project till they got back to the U.S. Those things, but we also have as they can attest to, you also have a lot of just, you've got it, you use it when you want to, and I think that puts us in an odd position as well, as to not exactly know everything that's on the street when it could be on the street, and just these owners just at a whim could just, and all of a sudden we got all these vehicles out here. So,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carr, could you pause for a moment and let me open up the public hearing? In
sorry.
case there's anybody who wants to speak on that, then we can have our discussion. I'm going to open the public hearing regarding the new proposed MTLC Rules and Procedures, Section 119. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this matter? Hearing none, we're going to close the public hearing. Commissioner Carr, you're back on.
I just think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Director, we are on taxi cabs now. What's this? There's an update.
Just an update on the legislation that you asked for, or we asked for, and you approved. Going to third reading in the council, I believe, next week. It has faced no challenge for the smart meter, and I believe it will be approved next week. Also, TD and I, to keep this kind of brief, because I know we're pushed for time, TD and I have done a lot of research on smart meters. One company that we talked to, it's a seamless installment. They actually give you the equipment. They actually give you a laptop, they give you all the equipment, and they charge the driver $7.50 a month to use the smart meter system. Yes.
Wow.
So it is no cost, depending on what company you use. If a cab company used it would be no cost at all to the cab company. Right, yes, sir. So they could even, however they wanted to set that up, the driver has to pay the $7.50. That doesn't even come, so they lose the the meter cost, the, you know, calibration cost of the meter. They lose all of those things are benefits to the cab companies. So in our research that we've done, we've found that most of these companies are very easy to work with, and the installation of these meters is very not much at all involved in it.
Well, I don't think the cab company's great concern was the meters, no more than ADP will come in and put a monitor on every window
Sure.
in your house.
Sure.
And give you a few free system and all that stuff. Same way with your cell phone. It's the reoccurring cost of having it every month. Not $7.50. I don't think it's the concern. I think the commission on what flows through that company, be it at 3%, 6%, 10%. I think I would like to know more about the percentage against the rate than the equipment, because I understand, I could go out and buy laptops in volume and give them out and insure them. It doesn't make a difference if you tear them up; they're insured. But adding a commission cost to the taxi cab companies or whoever uses these devices would be my concern, because they're already paying a commission to the drivers as well, and to add another commission on top of that commission, I think I would want to know the spectrum of that percentage.
Well, most of those are that dollar amount that they pay is paid by the driver, not the company. I understand what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Even if it's paid by the driver or the company, it's somebody's commission.
Sure.
On top of a commission that they're not paying already. So I think I would feel more comfortable knowing what that percentage is.
We'll do some more work and come up with an answer for you. But that was just basically an update on the legislation.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say something for a minute?
No, we're not open for a public hearing today on this matter. It's just an update from the executive director. Okay. Thank you, though, Mr. Hassan. All right, other business now.
The 2026 new MTLC meeting location and time. We will no longer be in this building beginning in January. We will be at Howard Office Building in the Sunny West Conference Room like all the other commissions are. Our day has changed to be the third Tuesday of the month. Okay, and we will the third Tuesday of the month, and we will begin at 1 o'clock. So that's just giving you about 6 to 7 months there to
Find parking.
Find parking, yeah. So we will we'll figure out parking and all of those things for the commissioners. I'll get with the other commissions and see how they handle parking for their commissioners coming in. But that's ride your bike. Just a
Where's the closest corral?
Quick update on that, just for planning purposes. And our June meeting will be held on June the 11th due to the Juneteenth holiday.
The 11th or the 12th?
I'm sorry, 12th. Yeah, my eyes are crossed right now.
Thank you for recognizing that holiday.
Yes, sir. So we'll be moving it to the second Tuesday. Is it second Tuesday? Second Thursday? Second Thursday at 12:30. That will be here.
Okay.
They'll be here in this building?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. We don't change until January 2026.
Oh, right, that's right.
Okay, I think now we're at the point where we close the meeting, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, now I'll read this. The broadcast section of this meeting has been concluded. The remaining portion of the meeting will not be broadcast because the commission will be considering confidential and protected criminal history background and information of driver applicants. Questions should be directed to the Transportation Licensing Commission office at 615-862-6777. Let me know when we're on.